hear it one more time for the Navy Band Southeast for their performance of our national anthem. And to the F5's VFC 111 Sundowners from the Naval Air Station, Key West, Florida for tonight's flyover. Continuing a Daytona tradition that dates back to the 1970s, please join us in honoring three of America's bravest heroes on this Independence Day weekend. Each of these individuals was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for going above and beyond the call of duty while participating in daring operations against enemy forces. Please welcome Captain Thomas Kelly, Command Sergeant Major Gary Luttrell, and Colonel Walter Joseph Marm.
Lieutenant Commander Thomas Kelly distinguished himself in 1969 while serving as commander.
Our gratitude on this 4th of July weekend to our troops and always. Dale's final full season Daytona ride is about to begin. Rick, Jeff, and Steve take over when NASCAR on NBC returns.
Everybody ready, set, go. Rev it up and let's roll. There's a party in the fast lane. Got my hands on the wheel and I'm flying. Heartbeat loud as the thunder rolls. Riding in on the stampede of lightning. I'm bringing back the sunshine. Bringing back the sunshine. Baby, it's about time. Oh, bring it back. Oh, yeah.
Just inland from the hard-packed sand of Daytona Beach sits the 2.5-mile high banks of Daytona International Speedway, where over the last 4 decades, one name has risen above the rest: Earnhardt. Father and son will be forever linked with the World Center of Racing. And tonight, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in his final season as a full-time driver races here one more time, looking for a win that would get him into the playoffs and add to a legacy that has shaped the sport. Welcome to the NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series Coke Zero 400, powered by Coca-Cola. Hello, everyone. I'm Rick Allen, alongside 2 of the very best in the sport, Daytona 500 champion crew chief Steve Letarte, and 17 years ago today, one of Jeff Burton's 21 wins in the Cup Series was right here on this racetrack. And it's such a big facility, and that's not just the size, just the stature of what happens when you come to Daytona. It's bigger, really, than the race.
It absolutely is. Daytona International Speedway can be career-defining. This racetrack, 2.5 miles in all of its glory, is the home to NASCAR. NASCAR was created just miles away on Daytona Beach. This truly is the World Center of Racing. And if any of these drivers can add Daytona to their resume for the first time, or perhaps multiple times in their career, it will change the course of their entire career.
And when you say multiple times in a career, we have to bring up Dale Earnhardt Jr., his final run at Daytona.
Yeah, 17 wins here. This is without a doubt his best racetrack. But we're going to have to see a Dale Jr. different than what we've seen this year. His strength is restrictor plate racing, but we haven't seen that this year. Only 8 laps led in the 500. So for Dale Jr. to be successful tonight, he's going to have to be that aggressive Dale Jr. with a car that will allow him to do it.
Well, Jeff, you say that you want to see Dale Jr. of the past. Well, it's already looked that way this weekend. 2 years ago, Dale Jr. started from the pole position. He went on to win this race, one of his 2 wins in this race. Well, this weekend, he's back on pole. The car looks like it has speed. The question is, will it handle? Will it allow him to be the Dale Jr. of old, controlling the runs, controlling the draft?
He starts up front. He won the pole earlier. Now, who can beat him and who has to beat him at Daytona?
Well, I think we have to look at people that haven't won yet. The playoffs are coming, and you need a win to lock yourself in. So a lot of big names haven't won yet. Kyle Busch, he's been passed for the win 5 times in 2017. He needs a win. Joey Logano, I know he won at Richmond, but post-race inspection, he failed. That means he cannot use that to advance him into the playoffs. He needs a win. Chase Elliott, we keep waiting for Chase Elliott. A 3-time runner-up, and he nearly won the 500 in February. So there's 3 guys that need a win, and they can make it happen.
A lot of storylines we're going to continue to follow throughout the evening. But let's go pit side now with Dave Burns.
And Rick, in May, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s team rebranded his race car and gave him a new catchphrase. What did he do? Promptly went out and won his first Monster Energy Sprint Cup race in 2017. Tonight, he'll hope to win again on the restrictor plate. Kelly?
Kurt Busch has had Monster Energy champion on his resume since 2004. February, he added another title, Daytona 500 champion. He says it feels different coming back, knowing he's conquered this place. He looks to do it again tonight, Parker.
Kyle Busch is winless in 2017. He's also on his 3rd crew chief of the season, Jacob Cantor. He also has a race engineer from the 20 Xfinity car. It's an island of misfits over here on the 18 car, but they're hoping to get in victory lane tonight. Marty?
Parker, nobody's been better at winning stages this year than Martin Truex Jr. If he's going to do that tonight, he has to do it from the 25th starting position. Going to be fun to watch Truex come up through the field this evening from the back to the front. Time to crank the engines at Daytona.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome your Grand Marshal, retired 4-star general with the U.S. Army and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Europe, Wesley Clark.
Drivers, start your Sunoco Green E15 powered engines made with American ethanol.
Get fired up when you're ready.
"40 cars coming to life, and the fans anticipating the final start at Daytona for Dale Earnhardt Jr. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Toyota, let's go places. And by Monster Energy, unleash the beast.
Racing under the lights in Daytona, there's nothing better than that.
It's exciting. The lights bring out some intensity to the race.
Keselowski's going to hang on. Keselowski wins at Daytona.
Oh, thank you guys. Great team effort today. Very proud. Thank you.
Winning at Daytona for me was a big deal.
Daytona would be an awesome place to win at because there's so much history.
I love being able to go to victory lane anywhere, but especially in Daytona.
It is such a special place as we get ready for tonight's starting grid. It's brought to you by Coca-Cola. Up in row one, Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 42-year-old from Kannapolis, North Carolina, won at Daytona the last time he started first. He starts first tonight.
Row two, Brad Keselowski, who won this race last year, started next to Casey Kane.
Row three, you have Kevin Harvick, a two-time Daytona winner. He'll start next to Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who won the last restrictor plate race at Talladega.
Both drivers in row four have won at this track. Joey Logano, the 2015 Daytona 500 winner, and Jamie McMurray, a two-time Daytona winner.
Row five, we have Ryan Blaney, who finished second here in February in the 500, and Danica Patrick.
Clint Boyer still looking for his first Daytona win. Will start next to seven-time champ Jimmy Johnson in row six.
Once again, row seven, two drivers that have won here, Matt Kenseth, Trevor Bayne.
An all-brother row in row 18, Kirk starting 15th, Kyle starting 16th.
Row 9, we have Eric Jones and Denny Hamlin. Eric Jones still looking for his first finish at a restrictor plate track.
Back in row 10, Austin Dillon got his first win, a big win in the Coca-Cola 600. And Daniel Suarez will be starting 20th from Monterrey, Mexico.
Row 11, Kyle Larson, who came so close to winning the 500 in February, and a Daytona 500 winner, Ryan Newman.
In row 12, we have Michael McDowell and Paul Menard. Paul has run in the top 10 at both plate tracks this year.
Back in row 13, Martin Truex Jr., 37-year-old out of Mayetta, New Jersey.
Row 14, we have two California drivers, A.J. Allmendinger and Matt DiBenedetto.
Row 15, we have Chris Buescher and David Reagan. Reagan is the defending winner of this race from 2011.
Back in row 16, it's Darrell Wallace Jr. subbing for Eric Almirola in the 43. It'll be his first Cup start here.
Row 17, we have two drivers that ran the Xfinity race earlier today, Elliott Sadler, Ty Dillon.
In row 18, we have Cole Witt and Corey LaJoie. Corey making his first start here in Daytona back in February.
In row 19, it's going to be Reed Sorensen and Ryan Sieg.
In row 20, Jeffrey Earnhardt, DJ Kennington.
And the driver that brings the field to the green flag tonight, his final start at Daytona, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Let's chat with him.
Hey Dale, it's Jeff Burton in the NBC booth. You with us?
Yes, sir. How's it going?
Oh, it's all good up here. I'm wondering, with all the hype and ceremony finally gone, now you get back to racing, how do you get this win done?
Obviously, we just got to have good pit stops. We got to get on and off pit road correctly, not create any problems for ourselves and make mistakes. And then on the track, you know, obviously it's easiest if you're up toward the front, control the race a little bit, try to keep that top 5, top 3 track position all night. That's really the best thing that can happen to us. If we're not able to do that, it gets a lot tougher because these cars, you know, they're just real hard to pass when they get too wide. Really not a lot you can do but sit there. But hopefully we don't have to worry about that. We've got to fight, try to fight for the track position all night, and that means battling for every little spot that somebody tries to take from you, because it could have an effect on the outcome at the end of the race.
So that was my next question, Junior. So is the battle going to start right now when the green flag drops to keep this track position that you earned by sitting on the pole?
Yeah, I mean, that's what other guys are going to be doing. They're going to be trying to get the lead or get somewhere comfortably in the top 3. That's where everybody kind of wants to be. They know if they're there and can stay there all night. They got a great shot on those last couple of restarts to win the race. So, if you can ask Steve, when we won the 500, we fought all night long, all day long for every position as hard as we could, and that gave us the track position at the end.
Well, Dale, we appreciate you letting us ride along. The fans will Really enjoy it. Good luck to all you guys.
Thank you.
He's absolutely right. Track position here, as he mentioned in 2014, was huge. I think it will also be huge again tonight. He has the starting position, Rick. Now he has to defend it.
And he is the first one that gets a good vantage point of this. The Rise to Honor. The cars going right next to service members of our wonderful country, representing the Army, the Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard on this Independence Day weekend. The drivers, the fans, the crews, all saluting the heroes of the United States, our service members. What a great salute to the heroes of this country.
Say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Tremendous salute. The stars of NASCAR honoring the stars of this country.
The racetrack is the cornerstone of the sport.
Under the lights, it just kind of adds that little mystique.
There's a lot of anticipation.
Everything just seems to be heightened. It's just an aggressive race. There's an opportunity to win, and there's an opportunity to have a big crash.
Oh my God! Oh my God, that is not good.
There's a trophy on the line, and everybody wants it.
Keselowski's gonna hang on! Keselowski wins at Daytona!
Winning at Daytona is a big deal.
Daytona, that is the one track that you want to be able to win at.
Coming to the checkers!
Oh, wow! That was close, I don't know.
Man, what a close finish that was. One for the history books.
I mean, that's about as exciting and as a race car driver as you can get.
At Daytona, you just don't ever know what's going to happen.
That was beautiful. Very, very nice. Junior, you're happy.
I don't really know how to put that into words. We just couldn't believe it.
He was with me tonight. I don't know how I did it.
Any race that you win at Daytona is special. It's a unique opportunity for all of us.
Winning would mean everything to me.
Being on the list of Daytona winners is definitely something that you want to put your name on as a driver.
There is something about Daytona International Speedway that brings out the best in drivers and crew members. We have some great vantage points, our aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. We're also going to be riding along with a few different drivers. Guys, take us through.
First car with is Bubba Wallace, starting back in row 16, the Coca-Cola cam.
The 47 of A.J. Allmendinger will be carrying the Kroger Click List onboard camera.
We're going to be riding along with Kyle Larson with the Credit One bank camera.
In the 10th row, Daniel Suarez will have the Subway onboard camera. Up in row 5, Ryan Blaney, first-time winner this year, will carry the Ford Performance onboard camera.
Joey Logano, one of the most aggressive drivers on the plate races, with a Coca-Cola camera.
In a view close to the front in row 3, Kevin Harvick has the Jimmy Johns on board. And the best view of the house so far, pole sitter Dale Earnhardt Jr. will carry the Nationwide onboard camera.
So many important things you have to know about Daytona International Speedway when we come here to race in the summer on Independence Day weekend. Let's go through some of the particulars. This race, 160 laps, totaling 400 miles around this 2.5-mile super speedway.
Rick, this year those races have been broken down into stages. This race will go 40 laps, and 80 laps. The fuel window, 45 to 49, so they can run over the stage length of those first 2 stages. And remember, with 2 laps to go, coming to those stage ends, pit road will be closed.
Double yellow line out of bounds here at Daytona. You cannot improve your position going below the double yellow line. One of the things that's going to be another perspective that we're going to be able to enjoy. And actually, I believe his visor is up right now, but that's A.J. Allmendinger, and he has the helmet cam. It's right on his visor. He's got it propped up just to get some extra air, I'm sure, into his helmet right now. But once he goes, he'll drop that visor down.
And Rick, we've been looking at this camera all weekend long, just during qualifying by himself on the racetrack. It was just captivating, his view, his vision around this 2.5-mile facility. When they drop the green flag and they're 2 and 3 wide in traffic, you're going to be able to see such a great point of view, see how often he looks in the mirror. It's really going to be just a great perspective all night.
Before the green flag drops, let's go back to pit road. We'll start with Dave Burns.
And Rick, every driver has a pre-race routine. For Kevin Harvick, he doesn't need a lot of pumping up to get ready for a race, but he does have one that he enjoys very much. His owner is Tony Stewart. He's a close friend. He's a NASCAR champion. They both know what it takes to win anywhere, especially here at Daytona, where they both had success. And so at Daytona tonight, once again, being encouraged and maybe ribbed a little bit by his owner about winning tonight, Kelly.
7-time champion Jimmy Johnson is a 3-time winner here at Daytona, but he hasn't even finished the race. The last 2 trips here, his crew chief Chad Knaus told me that they think he's got a fast race car good enough to move to the front, and if they can keep it clean, come away with a top 10, Parker.
Well, often we wonder if drivers learn anything from running the Xfinity Series that they can apply to the Cup Series. Well, earlier today, Eric Jones was able to run the Xfinity Series and ended up running out of fuel. I asked him, did you learn anything? He said, yes, I learned how to pass. That's going to come in handy tonight, Marty.
Parker, I got to ride around with Dale Earnhardt Jr. as he was introduced to the fans here at Daytona International Speedway, maybe for the final time. And I want to describe the scene to you. He told me it was overwhelming. He said, I did not expect this. He said, honestly, I thought I wouldn't get this kind of attention until we got to Miami. And then he turned to me and said, you know what? It adds a little pressure to the evening tonight. He said, I know all those fans want me to win. They expect me to win tonight. We know we have the best car. Now we have to deliver.
Let's take a look at tonight's Ram Guts and Glory.
Well, I think the first issue right off the bat, we heard Dale Jr. talking about it, aggressiveness. How soon can you be aggressive? I think you have to be aggressive at the green flag drop to keep your track position.
Well, and that aggressiveness just isn't behind the wheel. How about the guts? The guts of the crew chief to be aggressive on pit road. Get your driver onto pit road, perhaps pit early. And I think both of those are going to be very important for Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's been well documented, Jeff, how important this racetrack is to him and how important this race is to his season.
This is it. The field coming through turn 4 for the final time before they get the green flag. Dale Earnhardt Jr. embarking on what could be a storybook ending to his career at Daytona International Speedway. He starts from the pole. The last time he did it at this track, he ended up in victory lane. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Chase Elliott making up row 1. The pace car has made its way to pit road. The field in the hands of Junior. Green flag in the air. We're underway from Daytona. Great perspective as we see the bat cam going down the backstretch at 100 miles an hour. That camera moves from one point to the next. Dale Earnhardt Jr. moved up the racetrack. Chase Elliott came down, fighting for the lead as they come out of 4 for the first time.
Dale Jr. got such a great restart that he had so much gap between he and the second row that when they ran him down at such a rate that he could not block Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott leads lap 1. On the bottom of the racetrack now, Chase Elliott, Dale Earnhardt Jr., 1 and 2. Brad Keselowski in the 2, running 3rd. Casey Kane, 4th on the outside, leading that outside line. There's the blocking we were anticipating. Chase Elliott all the way up the racetrack trying to keep that 88 behind him. Two by two all the way back. And now 3 wide racing as they come through the tri-oval.
Speed here at Daytona is just unbelievable. 200-mile-per-hour averages, tight knit in this pack. You see some cars sparking from time to time. Very normal, very expected on low air pressure at the start of these runs.
Down the backstretch they go again. Chase Elliott moves all the way up the racetrack. That's where Dale Earnhardt Jr. was trying to move to get some momentum, maybe get in front of teammate Casey Kane to try to pass teammate Chase Elliott. Hendrick Motorsports well represented at the front of this field. Brad Keselowski in the 2. The 3rd car back on the inside. Jimmy Johnson in the 48s. Still mid-pack, closer to the front than the back.
Well, and that's the struggle, Rick. That's the struggle the drivers have been talking about track position. You see Jimmy Johnson has a decent race car, but he's in the middle 3 wide. There's really nowhere to go. The track is clogged in front of him. He just has to be patient, wait for the door to open up as Dale Jr. gets shuffled out of line.
Brad Keselowski takes advantage of Dale Jr. coming down the racetrack, and now Dale Jr. on the inside will try to get the inside line moving, but Keselowski's taken second away, and here comes Kevin Harvick in the 4.
Helps coming, though, to Jr. The 21. Pulled right up behind him. At the same time, the leaders tried to block. That helped Dale Jr. as well. Gave him a little bit of sniff of that draft, so that's going to help pull Jr. back to the front.
Chase Elliott goes low once again. Opens the door for the 2. Here comes Brad Keselowski. He's going to move on the high side, trying to take the lead away from Chase. Staying right up against the wall. Brad Keselowski surging in front of this pack. And now Keselowski will try to block to stay up front. He brought Harvick along with him.
Now it's all about information. These front 2 cars, the 2 of Brad Keselowski on board here with Kevin Harvick, they're trying to control their car out front, continue to look in the mirror, listening to their spotter, trying to figure out what lane to block, where the momentum, where the runs are coming from.
Keselowski out in front now. Kevin Harvick just behind him. Let's listen in on the spotter communication of the 2 teams.
By 2, tight behind him. Bottom lane is going to get a lot of stored energy here. 88 solid on the 24, going to come forward to the 4. The 4 is going to air push you. You're +1 to you and +1 behind Harvick. Chase is clear, 2 wide behind him. 4 and 24, single file and 2 wide. High lanes 4 back. Dale Jr. is all over the 24. That'll be big energy out back on the bottom. Bottom energy, Harvick went up top with the...
And that was spotter coverage presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less. We heard Tab Boyd there, or Joey Meyer, excuse me, the spotter for Brad Keselowski, giving him the information behind him, but Brad Keselowski still looking in his mirror to watch which line he has to get in front of.
Well, and Rick, when you mean behind him, Jeff, he didn't mean 1 car behind him. He was talking about the 24 and the 88, who were 3 and 4 cars behind him.
And Steve, it was amazing to listen to Joey Meyer, Brad Keselowski's spotter. He was doing all that while Brad was in the lead. You would think nothing's going on while you're in the lead. You can just hang out. That's not the case, is it, Jeff? He wants as much information as he can. Where's the energy coming from behind me? That's as key as anything at a plate race.
That's right. That energy is the run. A guy pushing another guy, getting that run on the leader. You can't see that develop. You only see it after it's happened, and then it's too late to block.
Chase Energy fakes low, and Chase Elliott goes for the lead on the high side.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching the Coke Zero 400 on NBC.
And the first caution has come out. The reason for this one is the 72 of Cole Witt was smoking when he went into turns 1 and 2. Officials were afraid there might be some fluid on the track, so the caution was thrown. And we also saw Ryan Sieg off the pace earlier, and he was putting some smoke out behind that car, so he has made the hard left turn into the garage area for his team to take a look at that car. There they are looking at Ryan Sieg's car. Out in front, Brad Keselowski was able to hang on to the lead as the battle was between he and Chase Elliott. Ryan Blaney also running up in the top 3.
It's an interesting time in the race to have this yellow flag. It kind of gets you a little bit of a pit window, but I would expect all the leaders to stay on the racetrack with only 30 laps until the end of stage 1.
10 laps complete. Just a few miles away to the beach here at Daytona Beach, Florida. Welcome back to Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Daytona. We get ready for the restart. The field approaches the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Brad Keselowski chose the inside line. Ryan Blaney on the outside, no help right now, as Clint Bowyer has dropped back about a car length on the restart. Marty.
Restart just happening, Rick. Denny Hamlin coming back down pit road. They changed right side tires under that caution we just had, but they only got one lug nut on the right rear. Now the race is he going to be able to stay on the lead lap? I don't think he's going to be able to. They'd put lug nuts back on the right rear. Denny heading out, and you see the pack going to catch him really quick.
Well, he'll be on the lead lap right now, leaving pit road, but as Marty mentioned, the pack will catch him really quickly. If not this lap, he'll be 2 seconds off the pace without drafting help, Rick. So it's just a matter of time if he's not caught, fortunate enough to catch a yellow.
Yeah, if the caution doesn't come out, he will be freight trained here in just a little bit. He's out in front of this pack, but the pack already 3 wide behind the 2 of Brad Keselowski.
The 24 of Chase Elliott is up top and making the 3rd lane work.
I tell you, making something work is that 21. Blaney, he has been really aggressive, moved himself into top 3.
Here comes Blaney once again, looking to the high side now. Below him, the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Those 2 running 2nd and 3rd.
Well, Jeff, we asked the question, how early will they be aggressive? I think the question has been answered.
How about lap 14?
I was going to say 13 laps into this race, and the entire top 20 is just jammed together.
This has been Brad Keselowski's formula. He has, without a doubt, been the most aggressive driver on speedway races the last year and a half. He's decided he wants track position. He's going to block. He's going to defend. He's going to do whatever he has to do to keep it.
Chase Elliott has already led 4 laps in the blue and white, number 24. Here was the latest conversation between him and his spotter, Eddie DeHaans.
Fans on who gave 88 the push. This is 21. Simple. Yeah, that's good information. That was be a legitimate player.
Crew Chief Alan Gustafson told me earlier today he's very good at this and he expects him to run up front all night after that great qualifying position. Marty?
Dave, in front of him, Ryan Blaney, the 23-year-old out of High Point, North Carolina, making some aggressive moves this evening. Fun to see these young guys up front. When I asked Eddie Wood about him, he said,
Smoker
what?
off at turn 4, Marty. We got a smoker coming off at turn 4. That's the 15 going around DJ Kennington. And you see the hood flap that has come off of this car.
That looks like a major engine expiration to me. Fire out the pipe, smoke everywhere, probably spun in his own oil. I mean, that is a major explosion. You can almost see a trail of fluid that he spun in coming to a stop.
You heard him say, motor blew up.
Simple.
DJ Kennington, 39-year-old out of St. Thomas, Ontario, Canada.
See the smoke coming out of the pipes, clear indication it's an engine problem. That's the 3rd engine problem we've seen already on lap 15. So not real sure what's going on, but 3 on lap 15, that is a high rate of attrition.
Well, and Jeff, if there were more than 40 cars that were here, right, it's unbelievable. If there was more than 40 cars, you would think they'd be pushing the engines, but I don't understand there. But big break for the 11 of Denny Hamlin, going to save his lap.
He needed to have a caution come out. He got one. We'll be right back. because of all of the rain that has been happening over the past 24 hours, there is a competition caution. This will actually be the competition caution. It was supposed to be lap 20, but it's coming a little bit earlier. Joey Logano makes his way onto pit road. Now these drivers and crews can add fuel. The ones that came onto pit road earlier could not. Parker.
The 77, Eric Jones coming in here. They were struggling a little bit, getting too hot in the draft. They're just going to do left side tires here and a wedge adjustment. Marty.
Be 4 tires for Joey Logano and a wedge adjustment as well. Said his car was too free all the way through the corner. He was the first of those cars to pit coming onto pit road here. And interesting that all the leaders stayed out, fellas.
Yeah, pit road brought to you by Kroger Checklist as we see Eric Jones gains a spot. 5 for Darrell Wallace Jr. And welcome back. I want to go to the Toyota Camry on-track car with the newest addition to our team, Otto Bolden.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm in victory lane with the NBC Toyota. I can tell you in this business, NASCAR, just like in my business, it's all about power to weight. That's what makes you fast, right? But it's also about aerodynamics. So I'm looking at this car, I spent a lot of time looking at this car for the last half hour, and everything is designed to make air go in a desired position and in a desired direction. And then I come to the front of this car. So Steve, this question is for you. How in 2017, with all the sophistication that these cars have, this is like the necklaces around the necks of sprinters in the Olympic Games. How come these things are on the front of these cars?
Well, Otto, you have to have the hood pins to basically keep the hood down. That hood would just fly up if that clasp wasn't there to hold it down. And they put those lanyards there simply enough so they don't lose them. In and out of practice, they'll be able to keep it. During the race, though, what they'll actually do is take that cord right here, this one you see right there, and they'll actually push it down into that hole. So the cars on the racetrack won't have that cable, won't have that sprinter's necklace, as you called it. They'll just have the required pin. And let me tell you what, Otto, make sure they're in good, because, Jeff, you and I have both seen what happens. When those fall out, The hood hits the windshield, and the driver's blind.
Nothing good comes after that, I can promise you.
Nope.
Otto Bolden mentioned his business and what he has done, accomplishing what only 4 men in track and field have ever been able to accomplish, earn 4 individual medals in the Olympics. And we are glad to have him be a part of our team. This is A.J. Allmendinger's helmet cam.
That's a great view right there. You see those green lights on the top of his dashboard. That's a whole digital screen right there. And those lights that kind of go across like that will show at some point coming down pit road, and you'll see that's those graduating lights we talk about. You run 5 or 6 greens or maybe 5 or 6 yellows. That gives you a good perspective on what they use to run pit road speed.
You see Chris Buescher too fast entering on his pit road penalty, so he got a little off on those lights.
And the field approaches the Geico restart zone once again. Now out front, Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney. Once again, Brad Keselowski has chosen the inside line. Up through the gears once again. Brad Keselowski being pushed by Chase Elliott. Ryan Blaney, no help right now from Kevin Harvick behind him.
Every restart we've seen 3 wide form. You know, you would think they try to say 2 wide because it's much more efficient, but somebody's pushing the issue at every restart to get them 3 wide.
An incredible perspective down the backstretch, riding along at 100 miles an hour as the cars whistle by at nearly 200 miles an hour. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. running up in the top 4 now. Let's go to Marty Snyder.
Rick Dale Earnhardt Jr. started on the pole. Maybe not as quick as we thought he would be here early in the race. Let's take a listen on the radio to see what Jr. had to say.
I do not like the bottom. It ain't been that good. I mean, 3 wide is never good. No, not on the bottom. That guy behind you can only get to you for a short second, then he shoves you out there, then you have no help again, and you're at their mercy because your quarter panel's like, here I am, come get me.
And see, this really goes back to what Junior talked about yesterday. He said he was kind of upset that there weren't more cars willing to practice in a big pack. He said, I learned some things about my car because I really worked on that. Every time I could find a pack, I did it in practice all this week so far here in Daytona. Why don't teams want to go out there and practice in these big packs anymore, Steve? Because obviously it would be very helpful for the race.
Well, it's helpful, but it's risk. There's a risk to tear up this car. There's so much time and effort put into the primary car. These teams don't want to go out and risk wrecking it in practice. But those comments by Dale Jr. to his spotter, TJ Majors, the conversation about 3 wide and what's good and what's bad, that goes directly back to what Dale Jr. says in every interview. He wants to run up front. He wants to learn what it takes to win the race. That's one more example of a conversation. They're just putting that in the memory bank, Rick. That tells TJ, hey, late in the race, don't get me on the bottom 3 wide. I need to be on the outside.
And look at this view as we ride along with Kyle Larson. You know, as you said, it's 2 wide. Where are you going to go? So there's chaos back here. This is where the wrecks happen. This is where it's so easy to get caught up in a wreck. You have to find a line that you think's moving. We heard Dale Jr. talk about the bottom's no good. Kyle Larson, he's working the top. You heard him throttle back just as he went out of that camera. He saw something happen that made him nervous. It immediately got 3 wide in front of him. It slowed that line down, and he lifted a little bit. Casey Kane, he's trying to make the middle work.
But how about Darrell Wallace Jr., who we're on board with right now, up inside the top 15, the 15th position, filling in for the injured Eric Almirola. He's been vocal all week about just trying to run all the laps, been leaning on Dale Earnhardt Jr., texting him some information. What should I be looking for? And here he is up, mixing it up, just trying to, I guess, not make any big mistakes early.
So listen right now, we talk about Daytona and Talladega where you have to run wide open, but if you run wide open all the time, you run right into the back of a guy. You have to still modulate that throttle. Listen as we ride along.
See the mile per hours as well. 196 miles an hour, 197 now, 99, 200. Darrell Wallace Jr. currently running anywhere from 14th to 16th, matter on which second you look at that.
And Rick, you know, we talked about the 43 right to his left, the 41, Kurt Busch, the Daytona 500 champion. The Daytona 500 came down to fuel. Well, that is exactly how you save fuel at a super speedway. You get back in the draft, let another car pull you along. Every time you see those green lights go out, that means he's not wide open on throttle, burning less fuel.
Still out front, Brad Keselowski choosing the lane that he wants to stay in front of. Whichever one has momentum, he gets into it. This is a great perspective, riding along with A.J. Allmendinger.
And you see right there, every time the helmet kind of moves, that's A.J. looking up into the mirror. So he's looking forward here, looking forward. As he gets down into the corner, he'll focus on the car in front, but I'd be surprised as the exit turns 4, watch the helmet look up towards the mirror over kind of to the right side of the race car.
Yeah, this group right here, they've decided they don't want to run in the front pack. They feel like it's going to be a wreck. They feel like they're safer riding around in the back. They're giving up stage points. They're giving up the opportunity to earn those points to help move them into the championship, but that's what they feel is in their best interest.
Allmendinger running 35th right now. And you see how much his head moves around as we ride along with A.J. Out in front, Brad Keselowski, Clint Boyer, Chase Elliott, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Ryan Blaney, the top 5.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Tonight's race is brought to you by Ford. We go further so you can. Subway Restaurants. STP, helping engines run better, longer since 1954. And support Shriners Hospital for Children by visiting loveshriners.org. Kevin Harvick has taken over the lead from Brad Keselowski, but Keselowski not wanting to relinquish it as Keselowski runs on that high line. And now just 10 laps to go until the end of stage 1. Get a few updates before we get to the end of the stage. We start with Marty.
Rick, fantastic duel for the lead here at Daytona. I asked Brad Keselowski's crew chief Paul Wolfe why not pit during that competition caution. He said, why would we? He said, we can make it to the all the way to the end of this stage on the fuel we have in the car already, and track position, clean air, way more important, Parker.
Right, Clint Boyer back there fighting in the top 5. You may be wondering, how did he get there? Well, he's been doing it through using his manufacturer teammates, only working with Fords. His spotter, Brett Griffin, has come on the radio multiple times telling him which Fords are with him. First it was Joey Logano, then it was the Roush Fenway Racing teammates, and now it's Ryan Blaney and the Wood Brothers, number 21. He's a little tight on exit, Dave.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. runs near the back on the inside of this pack with the blue and blue number 17. As you see, the 3-wide battle for the lead. Stenhouse won at Talladega earlier this year, and those skills are applied here. Also, remember, the Fords have gotten better at Roush Fenway Racing, Rick.
Brad Keselowski taking advantage of that 3-wide. He comes back to the front. They're 3 behind him for second. Now, which line do you choose?
Hard to block 3 of them.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to block all 3. Kevin Harvick trying to make a run on the inside.
The one thing, though, Rick, is when you're 3 wide, you're making so much more drag than when you're side by side. It's hard to get those big runs. Unless someone gives you a big shot from behind, it's hard to get a run.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to make the high line work. He's all the way back up to 4th. Marty.
Rick, welcome back to the front 88 car, right? He kind of fell back there, but he slowly worked his way up by using the middle, the top, everything but the bottom of the racetrack. You heard earlier, that's not where Junior wants to be, and it's worked for him. The top line is really starting to move with that 88 in tow, and you should hear TJ Majors on the radio coaching him all the way through back up to the front here.
Interesting that Michael McDowell in the 95 has been the car that has helped him get toward the front.
Well, that's a smart move by Michael McDowell. Who better to push? Who better to commit to? His stats are unreal. 17 wins at this racetrack. He'd be the type of car I would push, not to mention that red number 1 right behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. of Jamie McMurray. His stats at Daytona and Speedway Racing, very impressive.
A good run there for Dale Earnhardt Jr. And Brad Keselowski saw it. He moved up, got in front of him. Now here comes the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Harvick on the inside will try to take the lead away. Kevin Harvick nosed in front of Brad Keselowski for just a moment. Now they're door to door and side by side through 3 and 4.
It's great racing. 7 to go to the end of this stage. Everybody's trying to position himself.
Bonus points awarded at the end of each stage. Kevin Harvick led that lap. Brad Keselowski, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Ryan Blaney, Clint Boyer, Jamie McMurray, Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, Michael McDowell, Matt Kenseth, all in the top 10, jockeying for position.
Rick, it seems very clear there are 2 schools of thought. You see those 15 or 20 cars battling for these stage points, but then there's a group of single file cars behind them. I think they're afraid of the storm. They're afraid of the energy, the craziness leading to this stage finish.
Chase Elliott in the middle, sideways loose.
Dale Jr. said he didn't want to be in the bottom, but right now he's on the bottom, chasing after the 2, trying to find a way around Brad Keselowski.
Well, I think the bottom of single file will work. He doesn't want to be on the bottom of 3 wide.
Coming into this stage, Steve, do you think anybody's going to pit with 3 to go in this before this stage?
I think someone outside of this main pack might try to get to pit road with 3 to go, come out, try to preserve their lap for 3 more laps, maybe gain some track position when the leaders do pit. As Dale Jr. climbs down the banking, he tries to make a move now to the outside of Brad Keselowski.
And Keselowski dodging all over the racetrack to stay in front of the fastest line, and that now has been led by the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Kevin Harvick working once again, but Dale Earnhardt Jr. has the 21 of Ryan Blaney behind him. He'll get a little more momentum. Keselowski sees it. He goes back up to block. Now as they come by the tri-oval, Dale Earnhardt Jr. side by side for the lead. The fans on their feet.
Big push here. Big push. Big push.
Under 4 laps to go. Dale Earnhardt Jr. couldn't clear the 2 yet.
That 2 car really impressive, sitting there, no help from behind, able to stay alongside Dale Jr.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. now has help. Ryan Blaney will give him a shove. Kevin Harvick pushes the 2. Neither driver can clear the other. Harvick once again gives the 2 a little bit of a push. The 2 nosing just in front of the 88. 3 laps to go in this stage. Junior goes all the way down, almost making contact with Keselowski.
As we mentioned, the 77 of Eric Jones, the 11 Denny Hamlin, they hit pit road last time by, trying to get their service done before the stage ends. These leaders, though, they're not worried about strategy. They're worried about points, trying to win this stage.
Where's the push going to come? Who's going to get the big run in order to push either Dale Jr. or Keselowski to the lead?
Ryan Blaney looks to the outside. He doesn't want to push anymore. He wants to battle for the lead. That shuffles Dale Jr. into the inside, right in the middle. And now Junior can't get down to the bottom to get in front of the 4, but he still stays out in front. Pit road is closed now as the cars enter turn 1. Just under 2 laps to go. Keselowski, Dale Earnhardt Jr. They're spreading out a bit in the top 5. Dale Jr. all the way to the bottom of the track. Tried to pull the 21 back using side drafting. And now the 21 tries the same thing.
Brad Keselowski being able to continue to hold off this run are so impressive. He has taken this art form of blocking to a new level.
What he was able to do right there shows me he has the best car. I thought Junior was going to go right by him. He had all the energy behind him, and Brad was able to keep alongside of him for about 3 laps.
Under 1 lap to go in this stage. Brad Keselowski looking very strong out in front of the pack. A good run for Clint Boyer in the 14. Comes up behind the 88. Ryan Blaney tries to side draft him and pull the 14 back.
It'll be hard for Junior to get any energy behind with 2 wide behind him. It'll be really hard for someone to push because those cars aren't going to create enough help.
Brad Keselowski, Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming to the end of stage 1. Looking back behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. as they come off turn number 4. For the finish of stage 1, Brad Keselowski. He will win stage 1. Dale Earnhardt Jr. second.
Caution, caution, caution.
That is the 3rd stage win for Brad Keselowski.
And that is a light-hearted dress rehearsal of what we're going to see in a couple stages. Good practice. They wanted to win that stage, perhaps not taking every risk possible, knowing that the big prize is still available, but a great dress rehearsal for all these drivers to learn what they need to do later in the evening.
We have 120 laps left.
Brad Keselowski with the stage win, another playoff point.
Since 1954, STP has been on the leading edge of performance, helping engines run better longer. For the latest info on NASCAR, visit NBCSports.com/Inside the Garage.
And let's take a look at the stage standings presented by Ford Performance. Brad Keselowski with the win, 10 points and 1 playoff point on down the line. Everyone gaining some points from finishing in the top 10 in that first stage.
Rick, we know Dale Earnhardt Jr., it's been well documented that most of us feel this is a must-win to try to get into the playoffs or his best chance to win. But if it doesn't happen to be those stage points, 9 stage points accumulated, they got to keep grinding in the points. There's no telling how the summer may go. Someone could have a bunch of mechanical problems, get into some accidents. So the ADA has to keep fighting for points, for wins, for whatever's available.
Now pit road will be open. And did the 11 of Denny Hamlin come on to pit road prior to...
So, Rick, we didn't show it because the race for the lead was so spectacular. Right. It was worth covering. But with 3 to go, as we thought, we saw 2 cars pit. The 11 of Denny Hamlin, the 77 of Eric Jones. They both took fuel and I believe 2 tires. So I would expect those to stay on the racetrack right now, gain that track position. It's a gutsy move because while it seems simple, they're only maybe a half a straightaway in front of the leader. So a little hiccup on pit road, you would lose a lap. So we saw only 2 cars take the risk. They'll stay on the racetrack. Everyone else in the lead lap, I expect to see on pit road. One interesting thing, too, Brad Keselowski leading. Well, he's in pit stall 2. Dale Earnhardt Jr. at second's in pit stall 1. He's going to have to come around them. Seems very simple, but with aerodynamics being so important here, Rick, they got to be very, very careful not to bang sides, dent a fender.
And Brad Keselowski is going to be the Pied Piper as he leads everyone on to pit road. Let's go to pit road now, and Parker.
As you see, Clint Bourne, the 14, finished 4th in this stage. He needs those stage points. He's right on the bubble of making the playoffs on points. They're going to do 4 tires, 2 rounds down to help a tight on exit condition in that 14 car.
Parker,
Marty.
you saw it on pit road, Brad, Ryan Blaney was coming down pit road and Joey Logano got into him. He was going to miss his stall and there was a miscommunication there. Meanwhile, on pit road, Dale Earnhardt Jr. leads with 4 fresh Goodyear tires, and then you also have Brad Keselowski, the leader, with 4 tires as well. So almost a near wreck here on pit road, Rick.
And there we saw the race off of pit road, brought to you by NASCAR Heat 2. Ryan Blaney being quick off of pit road, gained a couple spots, as well as Kyle Larson, Casey Kane, Daniel Suarez, Dale Earnhardt Jr. losing a few spots. We're able to talk to stage 1 winner Brad Keselowski. Let's dial him up.
Hey, Brad, Jeff Burton in the NBC booth. You with us?
Copy.
Well, Brad, you seem to have taken over as the master of super speedway racing. Real aggressive blocks. Tell us about your approach.
Oh, Jeff, we're just 1 stage in. It's just survive each stage as you can and try to get as many points and hopefully be there at the end for the win in these places. So, not a bad start, but long, long ways to go. You know how it is, Jeff.
Yeah, I do know how it is. You lost a little bit of track position, decided to take 4 tires instead of 2. Do you think handling's coming into play, and is that why you took 4 tires?
Yeah, well, I can just feel like I can make more aggressive moves, control my own destiny when I got 4 tires. So, the team put 4 tires on. They've been doing a good job, so might as well stick with what you know, what's been working with Detroit, Daytona Park Ford.
Brad, thank you for letting us join you. Have a good night.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back.
Thank you, Brad.
Well, Jeff, we talked about how tight it was going to be on pit road. We thought it was going to be trouble for the leaders, but trouble for Ryan Blaney. Misses his pit stall right by the board, has to abort in front of Joey Logano. Contact between the 2 cars. We'll have to check on damage when we return to Daytona.
It has turned out to be a gorgeous day in Daytona Beach, Florida, as we're under the lights now. Our aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. NASCAR Drive is NASCAR.com's live race day companion, now available on your mobile device. Select your favorite camera angle or driver with in-car video. You can even watch multiple angles at once. Never miss a lap with NASCAR Drive. Visit NASCAR.com/drive from your PC, tablet, or mobile device. Marty.
Rick, what a crazy set of circumstances. You see Ryan Blaney now back in the field. He was coming down pit road and just missed his pit sign. He told his guys he was sorry, but he totally missed it. But in the meantime, his teammate Joey Logano was coming to his pit stall, and that's the contact we saw on pit road. Eventually, Ryan Blaney did come down pit road, took on 4 fresh tires. They really tried to address the damage on the rear of the 21 car. Joey Logano, no damage on that car. Todd Gordon, the crew chief, had a good view of the accident happening. He said, I think we're clean. We're going to stay out. So a very interesting things happening here on pit road transpiring, and there you see the contact between the 22 and the 21.
Yeah, and Ryan Blaney, when he missed that pit, Joey Logano, he has no idea he's going to miss that pit. He's expecting him to stop. Well, he's committed to his pit. All of a sudden, Ryan turns in front of him, and that's why the contact.
Now remember, Eric Jones, Denny Hamlin did not pit under this yellow flag for the stage, so they are now in the front row, Rick.
They were on pit road on lap 37. They come into the Geico restart zone, and green flag back in the air. Denny Hamlin surging on that outside line. Former Daytona 500 winner.
The 88 of Dale Jr. wastes no time. He climbs the bank into the outside of his teammate, Casey Kane, but no one goes with him, by himself in the third lane.
Here comes a little bit of help, but that help's going to come late. How many positions will Junior lose right here?
But I like the move.
Maybe not too many.
Yeah, but I like the move. That's the Dale Jr. of old. Not following in line, being aggressive, pulling out of line. We've been very critical all weekend that we need to see aggression. That move didn't seem to work for the positive, but it was aggressive.
That makes it harder to make that move the next time, though. When you make that move once and nobody goes with you, you lose confidence that people are going to go with you. Normally when Junior makes a move, people just trust he knows what he's doing and they stick with him.
I do like that car that just pulled in front of him, though, that 2 car of Brad Keselowski. That seems to have speed as Eric Jones takes the lead, pulls up in front of Denny Hamlin.
Now Eric Jones will go to blocking. Eric Jones, just 21 years old, out of Byron, Michigan. Out in front, has yet to find victory lane in his rookie season in the Monster Energy Cup Series.
How about being 21 years old and leading at Daytona, looking in your mirror and seeing Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin, 2 Cup winners behind you.
4 wide for Dale Jr. at the top of Brad Keselowski.
He cannot want to hear that out of TJ Major's mouth, as far as letting him know that he was 4 wide on the outside.
And here's the problem. You make a little move, but then down the straightaway, he gets stalled, and the middle and the bottom have more energy. It's kind of that yo-yo effect. He needs to try to get momentum and have it last for more than just a quarter of a lap.
Let's listen into the radio of the 88.
Yeah, that 2's damage is pretty good, so I'm imagine ours is too. Looks like ours is right on that Mountain Dew sticker right behind our number, but it looks okay. So I just figured ours was pretty bad. Yeah, you must have scared him a little bit because I saw the flames come out of his pipes when he lifted. I don't know how that happened. I didn't think I turned the wheel. I don't think you did. He was just using 3 lanes to our 1.
Wow, it's fun to watch that 88 come roaring up through the field. That was communication during the last run. He felt like that 88 and the 2 had made a little contact indoors, and Rick, almost a near wreck there.
Yeah, a couple cars had to rocket down pit road. They're going over 190 miles an hour as they go down pit road. They'll try to come back onto the racetrack, and they will work their way back onto the racetrack.
You'll ask people will ask, are they going to get caught for speeding on pit road? You can go down pit road trying to avoid a wreck without getting penalized. So
as long as you continue to reduce your speed,
that's correct.
Is the key.
That's correct. You have to show NASCAR you are trying to slow down some. So we'll see. I don't think NASCAR will make a call on that, but you can go down pit road to avoid an incident.
What a move. Take another look.
It's just simple real estate. 4 wide, they come off the corner, a little bit of wiggle. Kyle Larson banged between a couple cars. Daniel Suarez and Michael McDowell, they saw pit road as the best and safest option.
And smart move, because had they tried to get back on the racetrack, they're going through the grass, and I can promise you they're all wrecked then.
And that's what it took. Now 4 wides back to 3. I think all the drivers got away with 1 right there. Took a deep breath. We'll see.
We will see. I think that's the big question right now. Will someone push it again?
Well, the question has been answered. How important is track position? Everybody on the racetrack feels it's important, and you know, there's no question they're aggressive, more aggressive than what we've seen so far this year on the plate races. Kelly.
And Kurt Busch lost a lot of that track position under that last caution. He had to come to pit road twice because, as Tony Gibson, his crew chief, said, they had a lug get stuck between the wheel and the hat, so they had to come back and fix that on the right rear. Now, one other issue that they could be dealing with here on pit road is that their signboard is not lighting up properly. They can't get it to light up, so as you see all the other numbers on pit road illuminated with those LED lights, the 41s is certainly much darker and tougher to see.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. up against the wall. Something wrong with the 88. He got stuck up against the wall and now dragging on the right front.
2, stay up there. Stay up there. 3 more cars. 2 more cars. 1 more car. Clear, clear, clear to the bottom here.
No caution yet.
Looks like right front, Greg.
No caution. This is going to create a lot of damage as he drives around. That inner liner tire is trying to hold the car up a little bit, but these cars are set up so low to the asphalt without having that outer tire. It's dragging the splitter. You see right here, he's up top, right in front of Paul Menard, and he's all the way up. I can't tell if there's contact with the 27 or if the tire's down before.
Right rear flat going into the corner, the right front flat.
You heard him, he thought he had a right rear flat. So the reason the 27 was on his bumper is Dale Jr. felt he had a flat tire and he was trying to go into the corner a little slow.
Dale Jr.'s coming to pit road. Kyle Larson also on pit road right now.
And there's a lot of damage on the 88, a lot of aerodynamic. The fender's pushed in, the tire's flat, and more importantly, he's just continuing to lose time relative to the field.
Kelly.
And it was just a quick stop down here on the 42 as they tried to assess some of that damage from contact there with Dale Jr. I'm going to get an update as soon as I can.
And Kelly, Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming down pit road. You can hear the disappointment in his voice. It's obvious, it's palpable. He said he felt like he had a right rear going down when he was coming through the tri-oval, and then he felt it go when he was going into turn 1, and then also the right front obviously went flat when he made contact with the ball. Heavy right side damage on that 88 car. You see them trying to bang that out a little bit. And you're going to put 2 right side tires on here. But for Dale Earnhardt Jr., came in as a favorite. The fans wanted him to win, expected him to win tonight. It's not going to happen.
You see the gentleman on the right front tire. It's more than just a fender. He looks like he has a ratchet in his hand, perhaps right there, trying to break a fender brace off. They have to put a new tire on. Very costly for the 88.
So the 88 with damage to the right side after a tire goes down, into the wall he goes. Denny Hamlin, though, rockets to the front now, and he leads at Daytona. on July 24th from Charlene Harris, the author behind True Blood. In this town, only outsiders fit in. Midnight Texas premieres Monday, July 24th on NBC. Take a look at tonight's Toyota driver update. Denny Hamlin running first, Matt Kenseth third, Kyle Busch fourth, Eric Jones seventh. Kyle Busch, he's on his third crew chief as the caution has come out. And the 33 smoking. That's Jeffrey Earnhardt behind the wall quickly. So the fourth caution of the night comes out in stage 2 with 22 laps to go. That's going to help Kyle Larson, who was 1 lap down. He was the highest car scored at least a lap down. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has scored 2 laps down. In a way, that will help Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the fact that he will then be the highest scored car a lap down once Kyle Larson gets his lap back.
Yeah, with only 21 laps to the stage finish, they know that another caution is coming. This is when it comes down to race management for Greg Ives. He has to decide here, does he want to try to get the wave around if caution or if cars do stay out? He comes down, continue to work on that car. We have seen damaged cars come back and win races. Kurt Busch did it here in February, the Daytona 500. He was in an accident. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. did it at Talladega. With just a few laps left, 30 laps left, he had damage. They taped the hood up, he could recover. So I think that's the most important thing for this 88, is you can't be sad about what happened. You have to move forward, repair this car, continue to work, try to put it together the best you can.
I touched on the fact that Kyle Busch was on his third crew chief. Adam Stevens, when the wheel came off at Dover, he was suspended for 4 races. The interim crew chief, then a week ago, 2 lug nuts loose, and now they're on their third crew chief, which is Jacob Cantor. Let's go to Marty.
And guys, when Dale Earnhardt Jr. did come down pit road, that right rear tire that he thought went flat actually was up, Steve. So that could have been the 27 actually hitting him, what he thought was the right rear going down. When they did hit the wall, that's obviously when the right front let go. They're already making a plan of when they could take the wave around, but right now they're 2 laps down, Dave.
And there we're seeing Greg Ives again, and he has to think about strategy. It's still a lot of laps, 101 laps to go in this race. A lot of things are going to have to play out for him.
Well, the biggest information right now is how many cars pit. If all of the leaders pit, then Greg Ives and Dale Jr. can stay out. But as we start to see some of the leaders stay on the racetrack, that changes the position. They're going to have to work on their car. The 77 of Eric Jones, the 2 of Brad Keselowski, though, they lead a pack to pit road.
Now let's go to Parker.
You see Eric Jones there, who's going to pit out of the top 10. They pitted just before the end of stage 1, trying to get this track position in stage 2, but they're going to give that up, only do left side tires, an adjustment left rear, 4 Goodyear tires, and Sunoco fuel. And a good run for the 77. They're going to try and use that off strategy throughout the night to get that position. Marty.
Going to be left side tires, Sunoco fuel for Brad Keselowski. Didn't quite have the speed in that run as he had in the first run. They leave pit road with those 2 fresh Goodyear tires.
And the race off pit road brought to you by Kroger Click List. Eric Jones holding his position coming off of pit road. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Chevrolet, most awarded car company 2 years in a row. Pizza Hut. No one out pizzas the Hut. Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. And by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola has been the official soft drink of NASCAR since 1998. The mission of Coca-Cola is to inspire moments of happiness. On Thursday, a number of people had a moment of a lifetime when the Coca-Cola racing family treated fans to a couple of high-powered laps around Daytona International Speedway. Always smiles on the faces of those drivers. Get NASCAR coverage when you're on the go with NASCAR Mobile, the official app of NASCAR, puts race coverage and live in-car cameras right at your fingertips. You can even listen to drivers and teams discuss race strategy. Download for free at NASCAR.com/mobile.
Rick, we've seen a lot of battling towards the front of the pack, and we talk a lot about being in the right lane, but it's more than just being in the right lane. You have to help yourself when you get in those positions. So as we go into the virtual wind tunnel here, you'll see the air go straight down over the race car like it does here at Daytona as you're traveling around. Well, the whole key is if you're trying to pass this car, you come up, you put your left front fender right on the right rear quarter panel, Jeff. It drives that air. You see the line of smoke, that's the air up onto that spoiler, increasing the drag on that inside car, slowing it down. So therefore, you slow the car down you're trying to pass, you speed up and try to clear him.
And this is the lessons learned. Dale Earnhardt was an expert at doing this years ago. Watch right here as we ride along with Kevin Harvick, giving a push to the 21, jumps on the outside. Now he's got his left front fender at his right rear quarter panel, drags him down, gets as far away from him as he can. Now Denny Hamlin for the lead does the same thing on the other side of the car, gets his right front to the left rear of Eric Jones, then gets as far away from him as possible, clears him. That's textbook side drafting.
It's funny, Rick, we talk about drafting, about cars being in line, helping one another. Well, side drafting is about hurting your opponent. Slow him down so you can make the pass.
Just remember, every time you turn left on somebody, when they're on your left and they turn a little bit right, a lot of times that's how we see these wrecks. So you have to be aggressive if you're going to pull these passes off, but there's danger in doing it.
It used to be the slingshot move. A guy would get momentum up behind him right before he got to his back bumper. He'd slingshot out and around. Now it's the side drafting move where he's actually slowing the car down as opposed to speeding up his car. He slows the car down. He wants to get by.
We've seen a lot of different forms of drafting, the side drafting, the push. We've seen Brad Keselowski dominate the front of this field with blocking. Now at the front of the field, we have the 11 of Denny Hamlin, who used that creative strategy early at the stage win. Starting next to him will be the 5 of Casey Kane. It's hard to imagine a driver in the field that doesn't need a better run than the 5 of Casey Kane. A lot of conversation about his future at Hendrick Motorsports. So this night, as much as we've talked about Dale Earnhardt Jr., could be just as important for Casey Kane in this 5 car.
There'll be 17 laps to go in stage 2 when they come into the restart zone. Again, it's Denny Hamlin, Casey Kane coming back up to speed 2 by 2. Matt Kenseth giving Denny Hamlin a little help.
We saw this earlier with the 88, Jeff. He got out to that 5 or 6 car length lead and couldn't stop the runs at the end of the backstretch. We'll see if Denny Hamlin's any more successful.
Already 3 wide, jockeying for position as they go down the backstretch. Denny Hamlin, let's see how long he can stay out front.
The advantage Denny had in that situation was they were still 2 wide behind him early in the race. When Junior had it, they were single file behind him. So when it's 2 wide, there's just not the energy built.
Denny Hamlin, after winning the Daytona 500, an avid sportsman, loves to play golf, basketball, has a wonderful house, and he actually has a garage that's a part of his house that he keeps the Daytona 500 car, and it's behind a glass wall. So people that come to visit him at his house, they can see the actual car that he won the Daytona 500 with, and the trophy is right there next to it.
Rick, anybody wants to know how big it is to win at Daytona? The whole car becomes the trophy.
Matt Kenseth looking high now. While Kenseth goes high, the 6 of Trevor Bayne trying to find an opening. He's running 3rd.
And how about Brendan Gaughan in the bottom lane, running in 8th position? Came way from the back to get here.
Here comes Casey Kane once again, making that outside line work. He has Kyle Busch behind him. Denny Hamlin trying to choose the right line to stay in front of. Whichever one has momentum. Now he allows Matt Kenseth to get beside him on the bottom of the track. But Kenseth, no help down there.
Trevor Bayne gave Kenseth a big push. Almost got him cleared. Didn't quite have the speed to do it. Now Trevor's going to get back behind him, try to get a push. Look at Blaney on the inside making it 4 wide.
4 wide as Blaney goes right up against the double yellow line. You can't go below it to improve your position.
That was huge for Blaney.
We ride along with him. Jimmy Johnson working to his outside. Blaney on the inside of 3 wide. Jimmy Johnson in the middle.
This is when your spotter's got to be telling you 3 wide, 3 wide, you're 3 wide, you're on the bottom, giving you that information. You can't see that top lane, you only see the lane beside you.
Look at the front of the pack. So much has been made about Joe Gibbs Racing and the fact that they haven't gone to victory lane yet this year. The 11 of Denny Hamlin leading, Matt Kenseth in 3rd, Kyle Busch in 4th.
And they have been one of the best teams at working together at the super speedways. Sticking together when the team needs to get up front. They work together. Let's go through the field, brought to you by Nationwide. Kelly.
Casey Kane, who had been leading that outside lane, came here after a hard crash on the last lap at Sonoma. He told me yesterday he was still pretty sore. Thought it was his back. It turns out his kidney that might still be bruised. I asked him what it was like to race here following that. He said, well, it's a pretty good track for that, other than I have a 50-50 shot of getting wrecked. Well, so far he's been able to keep it clean, Parker.
Trevor Bayne only has 1 win in the Monster Energy Cup Series, and that is here at Daytona in the 2011 Daytona 500. And right now, where he finds himself in the points position, he is not going to be able to point his way into the playoffs. So I asked his crew chief, Matt Pusha, what's the goal here? What are we trying to do? He said, we have one thing on our mind, and that is going to victory lane, just like his teammate Ricky Stenhouse Jr. did at Talladega earlier this year. Dave?
Brendan Gaughan, one of the drivers, doing double duty today. And remember back at the 2017 Daytona 500, he made it his car owner's dream come true. This is a very small team. They've only run 3 races this year, but they made the 500, ran it, made Talladega, and made this race. And Brendan giving his car owner a good ride again tonight. Parker?
Danica Patrick is running it just outside the top 10 right now and finds herself in a position, well, now she's in 23rd, she's fallen back, I'm sorry, but she finds herself in a position where they are focusing on one thing as well, and that is winning. This team had a good run going at Sonoma last week and had it taken away from them with a wreck, and therefore they focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is these super speedways and the opportunity it presents to go out there and get her into victory lane. Dave?
Parker, NASCAR's most dramatic moments stay with drivers and fans forever. The 3 car there, the red, white, and blue paint scheme of Austin Dillon. Every time he goes by this point right here, he'll remember the crash he had last summer, walked away from miraculously, and even when he rode around with our Otto Bolden earlier today, or for our countdown to green, he was reminded, that's where I crashed. I remember it every time, and tonight he hopes to avoid that and win.
Kenseth out front. Trevor Bayne and Jimmy Johnson fighting for the lead. Toward the front of the pack, Denny Hamlin has been shuffled back to 4th. David Reagan running up in the top 5 in the 38. Great racing here from Daytona. Stay with us. And the big one happens at Daytona. Kyle Busch goes around in front of 3 or 4 other cars, collecting them, and the caution comes out again.
We are closing into the end of this stage, just inside 10 to go. The momentum was kind of building. Everybody was trying to work their way to the front. You see Martin Truex Jr. leaving the scene. Heavy, heavy damage on the 78. Though 18 was the first car around for sure, Rick.
Austin Dillon caught up in it. He can't even see over the hood. It has collapsed up to the windshield. Martin Truex Jr. damage. Again, the new rule. You cannot add any body parts to the car on pit road. Take a look at what happened.
Follow along Kyle Busch. Little wiggle right there. I think he had a problem. That thing just turned around on him right in front of the field. So look at all the big impacts, all the smoke. I didn't see any contact before he went around. I saw him wiggle, and then the car turned around sideways.
Well, in front of the field was the key. This is the fear when it comes to Daytona. The accident in the middle of the pack. You have to be committed. You have to be wide open. Look how fast that happened. Joey Logano, a hard impact into Kyle Busch. You see the 42 of Kyle Larson, the 78 of Martin Truex Jr.
He was
many cars damaged.
He was right in front of his brother. Kurt Busch was just behind him when he wiggled. Let's take a look riding along with Dale Jr.
Stay low.
We're with Kyle Larson there. He locks it down, spins it to the inside. I don't see him hit anything too different. Nope, looks like just some minor damage.
Joey Logano just nowhere to go. I mean, it happened so quickly. All you can see is smoke. You heard him lift. He saw that the nose of that car pointing the wrong way. Oh no, what am I going to do? Lift. Gets into it.
And the spotters, you hear them. They're trying to give them information, but they know. I think it looks to me that the 18 had an issue or was having a handling issue. He was losing the car in front of him back against his brother's bumper, and I think the 41 turned around, not on purpose, but the 18 was slowing down, and you just cannot slow down in the packs.
There's no doubt he started. You saw the back of the car. See right there, the car, I don't know. Just like to me, the car went around. It's a hard angle to tell, but obviously either he had a handling issue and he was chasing it or something happened, but he definitely got loose before he got touched. Parker.
Guys, you are correct. He did have a problem. He had just come on the radio the lap before and said, check the left rear for a rub. They said, looks okay. Well, I think it was rubbing. Maybe he had a left rear going down.
It's hard to say now. There's just so much damage from the crash, but it doesn't matter. Basically what we've seen, Rick, is it doesn't matter why you slow down. If at any reason you have to get out of the gas or you slow down, the car behind you has nowhere to go. He's on your bumper. You end up getting spun out.
What happened? How about Kyle Busch this year? He just can't seem to catch a break, Parker.
Trevor Bayne is coming down pit road right now, still fighting a tight condition up front. They're going to do right side tires here. No adjustments in terms of wedge, just air pressure adjustment, Sunoco fuel. And you'll see 4 tires here for the 6 car running up front. A great run for Trevor Bayne, the 2011 Daytona 500 winner.
And guys, Joey Logano is now done for the night, climbing out of the car. They will be done for the evening. Martin Truex Jr., though, remember last week at Sonoma, they lost the engine. They only lost 8 points out of that. They are second in the championship standings. Cole Pern said, bring it to pit road. We'll do all we can, but it's going to be tough to get the 78 back out on the racetrack. And what do we talk about on NASCAR America earlier this week, Steve? That 5-minute clock, going to be key right here. We'll see if they can beat that 5-minute clock. Valuable points on the line right now for Truex.
It is valuable points to the 78, but even more painful for the 22. Joey Logano does not have a win that qualifies him for the playoffs. This accident here, very, very detrimental to his playoff chances.
And welcome back to the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series Coke Zero 400, powered by Coca-Cola. It's time now for tonight's Subway Fresh Take. Let's listen into the radio of the 41 of Kurt Busch. He was right behind the 18 of Kyle Busch when that accident happened.
Wow, we got lucky there. He sure did. Yeah, I could smell it. I hate it for him. Yeah, he's not real happy with the 95.
So you heard him say he could smell it. That has to make me think that he could smell the tire rub. There's a distinct smell that rubber rubbing the fenders makes, and I think he could smell it. Then you heard he wasn't happy with the 95. I'm thinking that means that Kyle Busch and the 95 at some point got together and got the left rear quarter panel on the tire, or tire-to-tire contact, ended up cutting that left rear tire.
95 driven by Michael McDowell. Trying to see if there is some damage to McDowell's car where there could have been some contact. And a little bit of damage to the right front, it looks like. And you see the donut on the right side as well. Caution comes out as Kyle Busch, still winless in 2017, now wrecked here. Gear up with the pit crew. Get the latest NASCAR t-shirts, hats, and die-cast at the NASCAR shop. Visit NASCAR.com/shop today for all your favorite drivers' gear. Spotter coverage so important at this racetrack, especially after what we just saw with Kyle Busch going around right in front of virtually the field. Spotter coverage brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less on the track and on the road. Dave.
Austin Dillon has walked from the infield care center. What did you see in that mess?
I just saw the 18 spin there, and I was hoping he'd come down the track, and I stayed high, trying to slow down everything he could. I downshifted. It just can't stop fast enough when you're going that fast. But I want to thank American Ethanol and shout out to all our veterans out there. Just wish we could have had a better run. You know, could have done like half the field and rode in the back, but just trying to get bonus points to get in the race at some point. And just, you know, it's going to happen. You just don't want to be in it when it does.
Yeah, you don't want to be out of the points. Unfortunately, he is again tonight at Daytona.
So, Jeff, we heard the audio of Kurt Busch say that he could smell the tire going down. He thought his brother Kyle would have problems with the 95. Well, here's what we see. We see the 95 of Michael McDowell, the 18 of Kyle Busch side by side, heading down the front stretch. And right here, the 95 comes up, the 18 comes down a little bit, and that is a bad place to make contact. The tailpipes, Rick, come out on the right side, just in front of that tire. Very easy to hurt that left rear tire on the 18. That must be what Kurt Busch smelled on the 18 going into turn 3.
You heard Austin Dillon mention how important stage points are coming up on the last 4 laps of stage 2. And out front, Matt Kenseth, Denny Hamlin. Kenseth on the inside, Hamlin on the outside. Once again, 3 wide, even before they get to turn 1. Teammates fighting for the lead. Side by side as they get into turn 3.
David Reaganson there running in 6. Put a big block on Chase Elliott. Chase tried to get underneath him. David did a good job of using that yellow line. Remember, you cannot go below that yellow line to advance your position.
Denny Hamlin, Matt Kenseth, still winless in 2017. 3 laps to go on the stage. Next time by, they will close pit road when the race leader gets to the finish line. Dave.
Rick, inside row 3, David Reagan in that green 38. Scored the first stage points of the season in the first stage. Looks like he's on tap to do it again. Can he?
On the inside, back there in row 3, currently running in the 5th or 6th spot. And again, they stay side by side through the turn. Who will have the advantage? Back into the tri-oval they come. Now just 2 laps to go. The 2 cars separated by 10 1,000ths of a second. One or the other will try to side draft to get the advantage when they get to the finish line. 3 wide behind them once again. Now the surge coming from the 20. Matt Kenseth has the nose in front of the 11 as they enter 3. Kenseth just in front, and Denny Hamlin almost a dead heat. 1/1000th of a second separating. Hamlin had the nod. Last lap of stage 2. Kenseth with a car advantage now. Will he try to block? Kenseth moves up in front of his teammate. Here comes the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Kenseth now separated almost by 2 car lengths in front of the 48 and the 11. Through 3 and 4, coming to the end of stage 2. Matt Kenseth is going to dominate this one. Kenseth gets the win. Second stage win for Matt Kenseth. And a playoff point, but still looking for his first race win of 2017.
Good job, man. 48. Nothing fun.
Matt Kenseth gets stage 2 win. Kenseth, the Dale Earnhardt Jr., came into the Cup Series at the same time. It was Matt Kenseth who was Rookie of the Year that year.
Kenseth, upper left, comes to pit road. He was asked, what do you need? He said nothing. They'll give him 4 tires and a full load of Sunoco fuel, Kelly.
Jimmy Johnson has had a ton of speed in that 48, but not a lot of confidence, so they've been taking some pretty big swings at it. 4 tires and fuel for him, and his teammate Casey Kane in the 5 has been fast in the pack and alone. He's down and away, Marty.
Denny Hamlin already left pit road with 4 Goodyear tires, and he said he was a little bit too tight, especially off of turn 4. Mike Wheeler made that call. He also made the call at the end of stage 1 to give him that track position so he could get up there up front.
And we saw the race off of pit road, brought to you by NASCAR Heat 2. Let's talk to Stage 2 winner, Matt Kenseth, brought to you by NASCAR Heat 2.
Hey, Matt, Jeff Burton in the NBC booth. You with us?
Hey, Jeff.
Well, Matt looks really aggressive out there. Is it as crazy out there as it looks from up here?
Yep, absolutely. It's pretty aggressive. So Goodyear brought a tire with a little bit more grip, and I think it's got everybody, not leaving themselves a whole bunch of extra room. So it seems like they have a little more grip than normal. But our dual camera's really fast. The best speedway car I've had since probably my first year at JGR. So I'm excited about that. Hopefully I can make the right moves the rest of the day and keep it up here in the front. I think we can contend. I think we got enough speed. I just got to keep it in the right place.
Well, great job getting that stage win, and we'll be looking forward to the rest of the race. Good luck.
All right, thanks, Jeff. I hope they got that apple box.
And that is the humor that we have always enjoyed from Matt Kenseth. Let's go to Rutledge.
You know, Rick, it's getting hot out there on the track, but it's cool in Wendy's right now. You know why? Because Frosties are 50 cents. That's right. Right now, for a limited time at participating Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for 50 cents. That works for drivers, fans, anybody who wants to race on in there. Particularly any drivers that are out of the race early tonight, come have a Frosty with me. Guys, 50 cents. I'll spot you for this one.
Thank you, Rutledge. Brought to you by Illumination and Universal's new film Despicable Me 3. This summer, Gru and the Minions are going back to villainy. Despicable Me 3 now playing. And welcome back. It's Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Daytona. Matt Kenseth got that second stage win. He made the comment about the apple box, Jeff. And when we're on camera, Steve Letarte, I believe you're about 6'4". I'm just under 6'6".
Well, and I'm not.
Jeff Burton is a little bit vertically challenged, and so we have a apple box that he stands on to make us look a little bit closer in height. And Matt Kenseth thinks that's funny, so I'm glad that he brought that back up.
Just to be clear, Matt Kenseth and I are the same height.
He knows all about it.
Well, Rick, we were watching that great battle to the line there for the 20 of Matt Kenseth to win that stage. Well, at the back of the pack, there was another great battle between the 88, who we're on board with right now, and the 42 of Kyle Larson. Both were a lap down, and they were fighting for that free pass position. The 42 of Larson ended up getting it. That put Larson back on the lead lap. While that's bad news for Earnhardt Jr., the good news for this 88 team is they are one lap down and currently the only car one lap down. So really any yellow here in any sort of short time frame would move the 88 back on the lead lap and see if they have good enough repairs that car can be back in contention.
And Steve, it was fun to watch him dice trying to get around that 42 car because he wanted to be in that position for the free pass. He just asked Greg Ives a moment ago, who's on our lap now? They said, just us. He said, oh, cool. So the next caution that comes out, Dale Earnhardt Jr. likely to take the wave around and back on the lead lap. So might not be done yet for the chance for this win.
Caution lights are off on the pace car, meaning that we're about to see the green flag once again to begin the final stage.
And Rick, it just shows you how strong this field is. The 2 of Brad Keselowski back in the 12th position. The first stage, he's the guy we talked about, just commanding this lead, blocking. He lost that track position, went back there, and he's kind of been stuck in the middle of the pack.
Kevin Harvick, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. making up row 1. Kevin Harvick on the outside line. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the inside. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the most recent winner on a restrictor plate track, was able to get the win at Talladega for his first Monster Energy Cup Series win. He goes up the racetrack trying to side draft with the 4. While they're doing that, Trevor Bayne in the 6 has moved right up behind them, running in the 3rd position.
And while they're doing that, everyone else in the field has decided to go 3 wide.
Trevor Bayne is going to push the 17 out front. Now Ricky Stenhouse Jr. leads at Daytona. "75 laps to go in the race." The pit window between 45 and 49 laps. They'll have to come to pit road at least one more time.
And the battle for track position is real. You mentioned it. Keselowski got to the back, and he just has not been able to get to the front with a car that appears to be one of the best cars. So trust me, people in the field are watching that. They know that car is fast, and he got back there and has not been able to get back. You've got to protect it. Going to have to be aggressive once you get it to keep it.
How about the 19? Daniel Suarez making the move up toward the front. Just ran in the Xfinity Series race earlier. Was wrecked out of that one, but the Monterrey, Mexico rookie in the Monster Energy Series now up into the top 4.
And how about Jamie McMurray? A lot of damage on that car. Right front fender. You see all the tape flying on it. See it flapping around. Still able to stay in this front pack.
Kelly.
When I talked to Daniel Suarez's crew chief, Scott Graves, he told me that they're still working with Daniel to get a little more aggressive in these plate races, which is part of the reason he ran that Xfinity Series race earlier today. Said he's got to learn what it takes to maneuver through traffic. If a spot opens up, you've just got to take it and trust your spotter. Daniel had a few handling issues earlier in this race. Now he's saying handling's much better. He's got a stable car to go race with, Dave.
Kelly, the car that Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is driving is identical to the one that he won with in Talladega. It was the backup. Guess what happened to the primary? Trophy. Stenhouse has it. It's in his shop, in his garage, waiting to be looked at for the rest of his life in his first win in the Monster Energy Cup Series.
I'm going to let the 19 of Daniel Suarez know that I'm not sure what they've made for chassis adjustments, but one thing I guarantee has helped how that car is driving is moving to the front of the pack. That cleaner air, just as a little bit more grip, a little more downforce, and just some room to move around.
Look at this damage on the 1 car. We talk about aerodynamics and how important it is to have everything just right. And here's Jamie, tape flying all over the place, dragging the racetrack in 4th position.
The pack, the big equalizer at restrictor plate tracks. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Kevin Harvick, Daniel Suarez, McMurray, Trevor Bayne, Brendan Gaughan, the Georgetown Hoya, a basketball player. His sole job was to be all over Allen Iverson, guard him as hard as he possibly could during the basketball practices so that Allen Iverson would be a better player. Brendan Gaughan did that as well as he could. Still very good friends with everyone from his Georgetown Hoya basketball team. Up against the wall.
big move right there. He got real free. I didn't see what started, but went up and knocked the wall. He's going to have to pit here. You see the damage on the right front.
Brendan Gaughan, as we were talking about him being up in the top 6, got up into the wall. Take another look.
Wow, big impact. See the hood on the 41 car actually raised up when they made that contact?
Hold up there.
Yeah, the 75 of Gaughan was coming down, and you see now the right front has blown out and the caution has come out. After making contact with the wall, the right front fender blown out. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the highest scored car a lap down, more than likely received the free pass as they go to work on Brendan Gaughan's 75. So Brendan Gaughan running up in the top 6. Didn't look like he saw that Kurt Busch was down on his inside, was coming down.
Didn't see him or thought he could block the run. Tried to get down there and stop the 41's momentum, but the Kurt Busch was absolutely committed. He was in no place to lift at that point and just kind of had to force the issue.
Yeah, they were 3 wide, but they were 3 wide halfway up the racetrack. They weren't 3 wide using the entire racetrack, so I just don't think he realized they were 3 wide.
Let's take another look at what happened.
See, it all started. That's a little bit late on the replay, but they entered the corner. The 21 car was on the bottom, but he wasn't all the way on the bottom of the racetrack, and they were 3 wide. See right here where they get 3 wide. The 21 is a solid car width off the bottom when it all starts. I just don't think that Brendan Gaughan knew he was 3 wide.
And let's listen into what Kurt Busch and the team had to say with this incident.
Guys change lanes on us. How many times do they want to change lanes? Check right front damage.
There you have it.
I mean, he's frustrated. He thought the 75 had committed to the top of the corner. He was going to go through the middle. 75 came down. They made contact. You mentioned the 21 of Ryan Blaney right here behind Kurt Busch. Remember earlier, missed his pit box, had some damage, a contact with the 22. He's recovering nicely up to the 7th position.
A couple Fords running up front with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Kevin Harvick. Trevor Bayne running 4th position. Daniel Suarez, the sole Toyota, in the top 5, running 3rd.
And Rick, this caution is decent but not perfect timing for the 4 of Kevin Harvick right here. He was last on pit road at lap 62. We're now at lap 91, so he was basically almost 30 laps on this tire, 30 laps on this tank of Sunoco fuel. So I think he's committed. I think Rodney Childers is going to have to call Kevin Harvick to pit road purely for a fuel window. I don't think he can risk pitting under green, but I'm not sure everyone behind him is going to pit. Just behind him, McMurray, Kurt Busch, Blaney, Kenseth. They were all on pit road 9 laps ago, so they may stay out. These are the untimely cautions that can kind of lose you track position, and I think this is going to lose Kevin Harvick track position for sure.
So Harvick was last on pit road at lap 62. Stenhouse Jr. and Suarez, as well as Bayne, were all on pit road in lap 72. Quite a few cars look like they're going to dive to pit road. Suarez stays out. Dave.
And so, Rick, the front 2 kind of felt like their hands were tied, and so Rodney Childers for the 4 says, well, all right, just pit. The 17 had told me they're not going to pit either. Well, here they come. Right side tires for the 4 of Harvick, and then it looks like left side tires, 4 Goodyear tires for the 17 of Stenhouse, Parker.
I believe his teammate as well, the 6 of Trevor Bayne, had came down and got left sides and fuel only for that 6 car that's running right up front.
And we did see Trevor Bayne running up there toward the front. As we take a look at the race off of pit road, we will stay here as we go NASCAR nonstop from Daytona International Speedway.
Enjoy this race with a delicious real Coke taste. With Coca-Cola, zero sugar. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Daniel Suarez from Monterrey, Mexico, has the race lead. He has chosen the inside line for the restart. Jamie McMurray will be outside of him. Kelly.
Daniel Suarez learned how to speak English by watching cartoons, and he's been learning how to drive these Cup cars in part by watching a lot of in-car footage and past races. His crew chief, Scott Graves, told me that he is a great student, spends a lot of time watching past races and racetracks coming up. Now he leads this one.
Suarez getting a push from his teammate Matt Kenseth. He clears the one of Jamie McMurray. Now, how aggressive will he be as far as blocking at Daytona? McMurray able to get to the outside. He tries to side draft him early as they go through 1 and 2. Suarez, it works. It pulls the one back, but for how long?
I just can't believe that right front fender and all that tape is not what you want as the lead car. That seems to work okay behind other cars, but there's so much drag there, it's going to be hard for Jamie McMurray to lead this line.
Two and three wide behind them. Daniel Suarez out in front of the field at Daytona. Kenseth running second. Joe Gibbs Racing still without a win in 2017. None of the four drivers are locked in to the playoffs. And here comes that 48 of Jimmy Johnson, lurking back there in third. Chase Elliott has also moved back up to the front, running fourth. Chase Elliott still looking for his first win. Dave.
Rick, that one car certainly isn't driving exactly like Jamie McMurray is wanting it to, but it fits the workmanlike attitude of Chip Ganassi Racing when it comes to these races. Matt McCall, the crew chief, told me today that they maybe aren't the best right now. They don't spend a ton of time on the bodies, but the Hendrick motors that run underneath there take us very far. And of course, Jamie, very talented at these big races, knows how to draft for restrictor plates, and has won at Daytona before, Kelly.
Michael McDowell in that 95 car comes here after an impressive 14th place finish at Sonoma. They really worked on race setup from this car all weekend long, and Michael McDowell been reporting that his car sucks up to the car in front of it. Really good, really happy with it. He's been able to push well and been up towards the front much of this race.
Well, Rick, we heard Dave say that the one of those guys didn't work tremendously on their aerodynamics, but good thing they didn't, because the one and the right front damage on that car is definitely hurting this outside line.
And remember, that car pushing Jamie McMurray, Michael McDowell, that's crew chief by Todd Parrott. Todd Parrott, a Daytona 500 crew chief champion. So he's a really good road course, a really good super speedway crew chief, knows what he's got. 3 wide, we're reckoning.
Oh, around goes the 24 of Chase Elliott. He had help. Trevor Bayne got caught up with him. The caution comes out. Damage to the left side of the 24 of Chase Elliott, damage to the 6 of Trevor Bayne.
Yeah, it's not bad. Left rear, guys.
A lot of damage to Trevor Bayne.
I think we're done here, but we'll bring it down to us here.
Matt Pusha, the crew chief, you can hear the disappointment. They had this race circled. This was a big race. They saw their teammate Ricky Stenhouse win at Talladega. Trevor Bayne, a Daytona 500 champion. Roush Fenway engines. This was the race that they had circled. You can hear the disappointment.
Once again, I think a situation where got 3 wide, and I'm not real sure Michael McDowell knew he was 3 wide. Car jumped up on the outside of him. He went to the right. That pushed him back to the left, ended up getting into Chase Elliott.
And that's the shot. That shows how much these drivers move around in the backstretch. You see left to right, keep changing lanes, and like you mentioned, Michael McDowell in that row was 3 wide. I'm not sure Chase Elliott didn't think he wasn't clear of that row. I'm not sure he thought Michael McDowell was even a concern. Between the two, they made contact, and you see right here, you know, it's moving. and there's nothing he can do. It's spin to the right or spin to the left. Fortunately for the 24, he spun to the left. There's still damage, but much less damage than if it had gone up into the outside wall.
Parker.
Guys, think about where Trevor Bayne was, not in terms of only having a fast race car, but strategically, he had just pitted and taken fuel and was already just outside the top 5. So they had a ton of options that they could have pulled in that 6 car as they came down the end of this race, and sadly, their night's over, Dave.
As the 24 of Chase Elliott leaves, he was very frustrated with the drivers around him. That is what, in his opinion, caused things that went on right there. But the one thing was they worked a lot of the rear end of the car, but he mentioned to the crew that he thought the front end was killed. You can see the cowl flaps are gone out of there. That'll have to be put back in if he's to continue.
Actually, those cowl flaps where they're missing, they have the option to try to repair them and add a flap back in, but it has to be operational. The best thing for this 24 to do right now is just leave the hole open. It has to be open by the rules, Kelly, but they're doing the best they can to repair it.
Kasey Kahne has had a fast race car all night long, and now he comes into pit road. He said he felt contact on the left side, so they were going to give him left side tires, but they also wanted to check that right side. You saw him checking for clearance there. The team was worried he may have had a little contact with the wall. Kasey did not report any. Obviously a pretty fast stop there for the 5. And he's got 2 new left side tires.
And the right side's completely clean for Kasey Kahne. Daniel Suarez still out in front of the field. Matt Kenseth, Stage 2 winner, running second. Jimmy Johnson, 7-time champion, is third as we go NASCAR nonstop. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less on the track and on the road. And what we have documented as Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s final start at Daytona International Speedway, it seems he has had an eventful day. And the fact it started up on the pole and then with an incident mid-race was shuffled back 2 laps down, having to come to pit road under green flag conditions, and now has worked his way back up onto the lead lap and currently scored 16th. Daniel Suarez, Matt Kenseth, 1 and 2 as they come back to the Geico restart zone. "59 laps to go. Suarez on the inside, Matt Kenseth on the outside. Jimmy Johnson on the inside of row 2. Heavily damaged front end of the one of Jamie McMurray still holding tough as he's on the outside of row 2.
Ty Dillon making it 3 wide on the outside in row 3.
Riding along with the bat cam at 100 miles an hour as they go past us down the backstretch.
I really believe Jamie needs somebody behind him really pushing him. There's no question that nose being damaged, it hurts him. And if you're in the outside line, you really don't want Jamie leading it. You really would rather have a car with a clean front end. It's going to make that line work so much better.
And Rick, you mentioned Dale Earnhardt Jr. Here he is. Welcome back to the top 10 right now in the 10th position for Junior. And I wish I could list all the things that's wrong with the race car. The toe's knocked out about an 1/8 inch, which means the steering wheel doesn't even turn straight or even go straight when he's in a straight line. Also, he said the right front splitter knocked out a little bit. He's tight off of every corner. Junior managing the car inside in the pit box. Greg Ives managing the tires. One issue, because they wrecked earlier, they only have 2 sets of sticker Goodyear tires left. So they have to manage that. That's one of the reasons he didn't take tires on that last stop. 3 wide for the lead, Rick.
Kenseth tries to come down to side draft the 19 of Daniel Suarez. While he does that, Jimmy Johnson takes advantage. He goes to the high side. He's trying to take the lead away.
Your new leader, 48.
Jimmy Johnson out front at Daytona. Jimmy Johnson, when he had 83 wins, he wanted to honor the person he was tied with at 83, and that was Cale Yarborough. So he had a helmet painted up with Cale Yarborough's image on the helmet. Cale Yarborough said he called him before he did it and asked if it'd be okay. Cale said, absolutely it'd be okay. I would be honored. He went out that very race and got his 84th win. And now he is looking for Bobby Allison and Darrell Waltrip to try to get even with them. Those two are the next drivers as far as the career list, who he will jump on top of when he gets the next win. Those two are on his helmet tonight.
That inside line about the 5th row. Remember, Brad Keselowski kind of dominated this race early. It's taken him forever to get the track position back. He's now in 10th place, but once you lose it, it's hard to get it back, and it's taken him almost half the race just to get a little bit of it back.
Yeah, and as we're on board with Ryan Blaney, the leader, Jimmy Johnson, is kind of choosing a little bit different line, running up the racetrack, more in the middle of the racetrack. So you see the 21 and right behind him the 14. They're the bottom lane of the 2, but they're running in the middle of the racetrack, not down around the yellow line where we've seen cars run tonight. It seems like that upper line is continuing the momentum as Jimmy is committed to the top, leading the pack.
Jimmy's trying to drag the top into single file. He's trying to get everybody to run that top lane and hopefully get it single file. As a leader, that's in your best interest. He's trying to do it. I don't know if he's going to work out or not. We've seen Junior do this many times where he just goes to the top and everybody follows.
Oh, around goes the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Harvick spins around. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is involved. Brad Keselowski involved. Smoke coming out of the 32 of Matt DiBenedetto.
I blew a tire, I'm fine.
Blew a tire, that's what it looked like. The 4 just snap spun like a tire went down right in the middle of traffic. You see the 88 bouncing along the backstretch wall. That tells me that something's probably broken in the front suspension.
Take another look.
About 190 mile an hour. See the 4-car wiggle, turns around quickly right in front of her. No, nothing anybody can do. All the smoke, can't see. Just hope you get through it.
I'm amazed more cars aren't in an accident like that, Rick. As tidily as their bunch going through the corner. Right here, you're on board with Kevin Harvick, middle of the corner, wide open.
88's going with you. Hey, easy here. Blew a tire or something. Hold your brake.
Just a snap spin, and then the reaction behind him. But even the spotter in an accident, calm as could be on the radio.
Calm as he could be. Stay on the brakes.
Oh,
that's how quick that happened.
Keep coming, buddy. Keep coming. We're in it, Greg. Might be okay here. There's still wrecking back there in your mirror there. Just flip it around here. We'll take a look at it.
Can't get off the wall.
No, I bet the right front tie rod or something in the right front suspension is broken. You see, he's turning the wheel left, but the car is going right. So the car spins around right there. It sandwiches up to the 88. The 5 of Casey Kane makes an evasive maneuver, goes to the bottom. How about the 41 of Kurt Busch? A hard left to miss Casey Kane. Another hard left to miss the spinning 2 of Brad Keselowski.
I don't think Kane or Keselowski ever hit anything. I think they're going to be okay if they can get around without damaging their cars. Marty.
And you see Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 88, sitting on pit road. What an incredible effort for this team. He had gotten back up to 6th after the accident earlier in the evening. And he said the steering wheel absolutely upside down on the 88. Going to be tough to get this car back in the race here this evening. Meanwhile, Brad Keselowski, you're right, Jeff. No damage on that 2 car. Going to hit pit road here. Going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires and see if they can gain some track position. A problem, though, on the right side of that car right now.
Yeah, they've got quite a few problems with the 88 team. We ride along with the back cam taking a look at this accident.
Darrell Wallace getting by. Done a nice job staying clean. Really, Steve, you said it. It's amazing that more cars weren't involved in this. Great driving as the pit road's open.
Dave.
Jamie McMurray is on pit road, confirmed with the crew that they will not work on that right front at all. They will change 2 right side tires for Kenseth as well. Kelly.
And the rookie Ty Dillon also came in. It was a 2-tire call from Booty Barker. Jimmy Johnson in that 48 is going to take 4 fresh Goodyears and some Sunoco fuel.
Pretty impressive run there for Matt Kenseth. They pick up 3 spots on pit road with that 2-tire stop. Very close to being inside the fuel window.
Yeah, we saw fuel come into play in February with 53 to go. It could absolutely come into play tonight.
Another big one happening up front. This time it's Kevin Harvick blowing a tire right in front of the field. We go NASCAR nonstop. You're watching Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Daytona, and it has been eventful. NASCAR Race View gives you access to features that let you follow your favorite driver just like you're at the track. Get live stats, leaderboards, driver, team communication, and more on any device. It's available now for an all-new low price when you visit NASCAR.com/raceview. Let's go to Otto Bolden.
Hey, you guys know how much fun I've had this week. My face still hurts from how much I've been smiling. I've gotten to explore the origins of the sport on the beach, and yet none of it compares to being at this position under the lights at Daytona watching an actual race in Turn 1.
Otto, how cool is this? We're up on one of the Star Coach Race Tours buses right here, and what I found is if you tell people, hey, I'm with Olympic gold medalist Otto Bolden, they're like, no, you should come on the roof. It's a lot harder to get up here. What do you think about this view, being able to get this close to the track and see these drivers come by you?
Well, for me, it's like, you know what? This is as good as it gets. For me, this being my very first exposure to Daytona, I wouldn't be in any other place. And our thanks to the Star Race Coach Tours.
This is amazing. And Jeff, you'll have you know, we don't need an Apple box down here. This is crazy. We're height appropriate for our experience. This is amazing.
No Apple box.
It's only 2 of you.
Kelly.
And we just saw the 41 of Kurt Busch make his way back down to pit road. They're still just making some minor repairs to that vehicle that was caught up in an earlier contact with the 75, I should say. There's a lot of bare bond. It's kind of hard to see because it's black and matches that paint, but up there on the right front quarter panel, they've got a lot of bare bond on that 41, but the team not giving up.
Let's listen to the 48 radio.
All right, but right now we're 2.1 laps short of making it, and so is everybody else. The top 4 cars currently are in worse shape than we are. Starting with the 20, they're in about the same strategy we are.
And very disappointing. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the garage, and he'll have to go to the infield care center to be checked out before we can chat with him. But a disappointing night for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Well, we heard Chad Knaus say that the leaders are all short on fuel because they pitted at lap 107. Well, Paul Menard, he came down, topped his fuel tank off. So those 2 laps Chad Knaus thinks they're short. The 27 should not be. They have 2 more laps of fuel and a few cars behind them. It could make up the difference if the race goes green to the finish.
And we're coming back to the restart. Now it's Boyer and Stenhouse Jr. up front. Green flag back in the air. Stenhouse Jr. with a little help. Now edging in front of Clint Boyer, who tries to move up to block. Stenhouse Jr. getting his first career win earlier this year. It came at Talladega. Down the backstretch, a little bumping as Ryan Blaney had worked to the inside. And you guys used the word at the very top of the show, aggressive. We're going to see aggressive racing, and I believe it's starting to pick up.
Yeah, 49 to go. We've seen it up to this point. It's only going to get more aggressive. See Clint Boyer, he's worked his way up to the front of the race. Clint Boyer needing a win, does not have a win yet this year, needs that win to get into this stage, to try to get into these playoffs. Marty.
And in the back of this pack, Brad Keselowski, the man who won stage 1. He had a little contact earlier. We saw him in the middle of that wreck. They do have right rear damage. He said the right rear on this car starting to go. So there's a rub there, and the tire starting to go down on that 2 car.
But you see how far back he is as the pack now coming into the tri-oval. Stenhouse Jr. now trying to make that outside line work.
Now Ricky Stenhouse Jr. seeing there's no run on the bottom. He can go to the top here and try to drag the line to the top. Try to get single file. That's what he did. Smart move.
Following right behind him, Clint Boyer in the 14. Matt Kenseth, stage 2 winner in the 20. Ty Dillon, brother of Austin Dillon, grandsons of Richard Childress. Ty Dillon currently running 4th. All right, let's talk about strategies. We're under 50 to go, brought to you by Wendy's. what kind of strategy plays now when a few drivers are out there thinking they might be able to stretch this on fuel?
Well, fuel is definitely going to be a question, but I think the first one is another big crash coming. We've seen some major accidents. Right now they're playing nice, but with 47 to go, Jeff, I'm not sure it's going to stay that way.
And the best way to stay out of a wreck is stay out front. We've seen track position so important. Some really fast cars got to the back and couldn't get back to the front.
And then that communication between the driver spotter and even the crew chief. You mentioned the fuel. We saw cars run out of fuel in the Daytona 500, and I'm not sure the drivers knew they were going to be close. Now we've seen the 11 right there in the center screen of Denny Hamlin. He came, he topped off, he's running in the 10th position, has 2 more laps worth of fuel than all of the leaders. Try to push those leaders, see if he can get them to run out of gas.
Dave, pretty impressive run once again for Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
As you heard the radio chatter, Rick, from the other crew chiefs, they are one of the cars that will need to stop again. He last pitted on lap 92. He was told by his crew chief, Brian Patty, that they were about 7 laps short of making it happen. So they were talking about coming in perhaps with about lap 139, 140, something like that. We'll see how long. They're out front where they want to be right now, Parker.
You see in 5th place there, Eric Jones. They just pitted on this last caution, but his crew chief, Chris Gale, has come across the radio multiple times to remind him, save fuel. And he just instructed him, get to the top, right up there, and save me all the fuel you can. And do not flip that reserve switch till I tell you. Kelly?
Ty Dillon, one of those double duty drivers, he had to get some IV fluids after the Xfinity Series race, but his car is the one now that could be running low on fluid. They've told him that he's about 2 laps short, telling him to save at every opportunity.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been checked and released from the infield care center. They've mentioned saving fuel. All right, Jeff Burton, if you're out here and you're running in this line, how do you save fuel if you try to stay up to the bumper in front of you and try to stay in the right line?
Well, this is actually one of the easiest racetracks to be able to save fuel. When you're in the middle of the pack, they're pulling you along. You're getting the draft, so you can run half throttle. You can just not run all the way 100% throttle, and you can still keep up with speed. And right now, with the line moved to the top, no one wants to make that move. Everybody's afraid to make that move because if you drive to the bottom and nobody goes with you, you're just going to the back. So right now is a time where you can be saving fuel while it's calm. Before the chaos starts where you have to be wide open, now is the time to save.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has successfully pulled this field up against the wall. That is a great move by him. When he does not have to block and choose lanes as far as which one to stay in front of, it makes it a simpler task. The only problem is, and the 2 of Brad Keselowski into the wall.
Well, we heard
Caution is out.
We heard Marty.
We just popped the tire again, guys, so whatever you got to do to fix it. We're okay. Coming to you.
We heard Marty with that report about a tire rubbing, so pretty much assure you the tire's rubbing and cut that right rear tire.
I was just about to say, Stenhouse Jr. and Clint Boyer, they have to come to pit road. They would not have enough fuel if a caution didn't come out. Now a caution comes out, they're going to be able to come to pit road. This also helps everyone else, though, as we see the 2 go around.
Yeah, spectacular spin right here. Obviously, he did have a tire going down, slides up the racetrack, makes contact with the wall, and he's taking the hard left-hand turn back to the garage. So Brad Keselowski's night will be done from that accident. And Rick, now the situation is Stenhouse, he does need fuel. He's going to pit. Boyer will pit. But I don't think Denny Hamlin back in 10th or Casey Kane, they're going to pit. They'll stay out for some track position.
All right, let's hear from Dale Earnhardt Jr. He just got out of the infield care center.
And he's come to visit us, and I don't know where to start with this night, Junior. I mean, when you got back up to 6th there, were you thinking we might have a shot at this thing?
Oh, yeah. As soon as we got our lap back, I knew that, anything was possible. And we just kind of drafting right up back through there, and I think the 4 got a flat, and just really had nowhere to go. But it was fun. We had a pretty strong car. You had some gremlins in there. I'm not sure what was going on with that, but we had the toe end messed up. That first deal, we brushed the wall a couple laps earlier, and I thought everything was okay. And then I come through the tribal, and it had a right front going down, and it was trying to spin out. And so I was trying to lift, and really nothing I could do because there's so many guys behind me, and we got in at 1 and hit the wall. But the guys worked on the car. We got our laps back and was about to have some more fun, get back up in there and mix it up. And then that happened with the 4. But it's been a wild night. I didn't anticipate this much action and this much, torn up sheet metal, but there's still a lot of racing left.
This might not be the last one at Daytona. You never know. But the emotion of this whole evening, if you could kind of sum it up, when we were riding around earlier and you were waving all the fans, you said you didn't expect this. Why?
I just didn't expect all that attention. All week, my phone buzzing all day long with social media going crazy, and everybody talking about this being my last Daytona race. I hope every weekend ain't like this as far as that goes. I mean, but the attention and reaction from the fans makes me feel great, and hopefully we're able to turn that around and back on them the rest of the season and thank them for everything they've done. But I wish we could have had a good finish tonight, if not a win. We were working up in there and having a good time and being aggressive and wearing out the sides of that race car, but just wasn't to be.
I know you wanted this one for the fans more than anything, right, Junior?
Everything we do is for the fans. When we come here and won in that 3 Wrangler car, that was for Daddy's fans. When we won here in 01, that was for all our fans, all his fans. They're all here. Look, Grand Says is full. Everything we're doing today and all the things that are happening for the rest of this race are for the fans. So hopefully, I think they're getting a great show tonight.
I asked him what it was like this evening. He said, you know what, it felt good to run good, Rick. Didn't finish like he wanted, but he did run well tonight.
Yeah, disappointment the way it ends. Dale Earnhardt Jr. after starting on the pole out of the race. We're staying NASCAR nonstop. There's the race off of pit road. And welcome back as Monster Energy Cup Series racing continues from Daytona. Matt Kenseth up front. He's the veteran that is being chased right now by quite a few rookies, including Ty Dillon, Eric Jones, Corey LaJoie, and Darrell Wallace Jr. driving that 43. By the way, the King will turn 80 tomorrow.
Well, the King told him on the pre-race show, just stay out of trouble, buddy, and you'll be fine. The 43, Darrell Wallace Jr., he's doing a great job of that tonight.
40 to go as they come to the start-finish line. Kenseth on the inside. Ty Dillon on that outside in the 13. And the inside line, nose to tail. Kenseth, Eric Jones, Darrell Wallace Jr., 1, 2, 3.
outside line just did not go through turns 1 and 2. We have the 5 spinning off turn 2.
Casey Kane goes around. If he stays off the wall, nope, we're not going to stay green. The caution comes out right away.
All right, you're good. Just get her back here.
Nice job of getting that car stopped. Now he's just got to get the car back around without tires coming apart. You know, they're flat spotted. You know, they're flat. You can see the left front, surely flat, the left rear.
They run interliners, a tire that's inside of the tire, so that if they do go flat, they don't go all the way down to the rims.
That car looks like it's running in Martinsville, not Daytona. Tire marks all over it, damage all over it. It has been a rough night in the pack.
10, 11 cautions on the night. So see Casey Kane get a little bit of push from David Reagan, and
it looks like
too much of a push.
It looks like Casey gets up the racetrack, off turn 2. I don't know if he gets up the racetrack because the 38's pushing him, and then tries to come back down. And it's just too late at this point. It's be a better vantage point. It seems like Casey, you know, it looks like he's leaving for the middle lane, not the bottom of the backstretch, and the 38 was going to fill that hole.
We mentioned it at the beginning of the show, how important it was for Casey Kane to have a good run, potentially get a win. He had moved up the racetrack and looked like he was trying to come back down, and David Reagan was already there.
Right before that, the 38 gave him a shove. I don't think the 38 pushed him up the racetrack, but maybe got him a little out of shape, and that caused him to move up a lane. And then David Reagan, there's 39 to go. He's not going to let him back in line. He tries to fill that slot. Casey Kane obviously thinks he's going to try to protect. That's not the last one of those we're going to see tonight.
Casey Kane making his way onto pit road to the attention of his crew. The record number of cautions for the summer race is 12. And as you both had just mentioned, that was the 11th caution already.
Rick, I'll take the over.
So you think we will have more than 2 more cautions?
Why wouldn't he think that at this point?
It has definitely been eventful as Matt Kenseth back out in front, the stage 2 winner. Eric Jones up there with him, Darrell Wallace Jr., Ty Dillon, Jimmy Johnson, all in the top 5. Reagan, McMurray, Blaney, Suarez, and McDowell all inside of the top 10. Some big names out of this race as well. Harvick, Truex Jr., Logano, and Earnhardt. You're watching the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series Coke Zero 400, powered by Coca-Cola. NASCAR is on NBCSN next Saturday. It's Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series racing from Kentucky. The coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Let's listen in on team communication for the 48.
Man, we almost got wrecked so bad on that restart. Who was pushing from behind? The one. And he's got to just sink a touch. Yeah, those guys ahead of you did a really bad job, and he was all over your rear bumper there.
That was team communication presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less.
Well, the rear bumper, the 48, you can see is a little pushed in, but it's also real black. Well, look at the nose of the one. I think all that tape, while it's doing the best it can to help the one car aerodynamically, it actually adds grip to the nose. So as he's pushing the 48, we see all these cars get misaligned. Well, as it goes right to left, it's sticky like flypaper. It's trying to grab that bumper of the 48 and steer it around. Can't be a comfortable feeling, Jeff.
No, it's not. And you used to put, slick tape on these cars where they actually would slide, and this is the exact opposite of that.
A lot of youth up front here. Eric Jones, Ty Dillon, Darrell Wallace Jr., 2, 3, and 4. Coming back to the restarts, Kenseth on the outside, Eric Jones on the inside. 36 laps to go from Daytona. With these cautions, it's helping them on fuel mileage as far as saving fuel, especially those that stopped at 107 when they were outside their fuel window.
And look at all these young drivers in the front. Eric Jones, Ty Dillon, Darrell Wallace Jr., Blaney, all young drivers trying to get a win here at Daytona. Ty Dillon getting shuffled out, 3 wide on the outside.
And nobody's going to help him out. Saw Ryan Newman tuck inside of that second line as Ty Dillon continues to fall back on the third line.
I've heard Ryan Newman's name all night. He's been riding around, staying out of trouble. Now, as we're getting close to the end, now we're starting to see him push the issue.
Matt Kenseth trying to stay out front. It was an aggressive move that Matt Kenseth had during the Daytona 500, trying to block when his teammate Denny Hamlin made what ended up being the winning move to get by him. We'll see if that has taught Matt Kenseth anything as far as how to block out front at Daytona. Marty.
And guys, how about this run for Bubba Wallace up in the 3rd position, going for 2nd with his good friend Ryan Blaney right now. Now the normal pilot of the 43, Eric Almirola, great doctor's report this week, hopes to test either Darlington or Charlotte in the next couple weeks and back at New Hampshire. But Darrell Wallace Jr. has no more contract with Roush Fenway Racing, nor does he have any commitment to the 43 team after these couple of races when Eric Almirola comes back. So Jeff, talk about the pressure on a young driver, maybe having 1 or 2 shots to show what you can do, and here he is doing it tonight.
Well, when you get that opportunity, Marty, you have to take advantage of it, and he's done that tonight. Did exactly what the King told him to do. Stay out of trouble, and you'll be in position late in the race.
Now the hole that he was in filled up by the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. He'll get shuffled out, and he's on the bottom of the racetrack now.
There's nothing he can do right now. All he can do is hope somebody comes from behind. If you try to make something happen here, it'll just be trouble. Just stay in line and hope some help comes.
He continues to fall back on that inside line that no one else wanted to be a part of.
Well, that move that Ryan Blaney made to take the lead was impressive. The big crossover off turn 2, that's what shuffled the 43 out. But now the 21 has got the lead and is trying to just continue to block lanes. As you see the 20 of Matt Kenseth with a big block of his teammate Daniel Suarez.
Yeah, the leader's not the only one blocking, Steve. You also have to block if you're 2nd or 3rd to prevent that run from coming. So even though Matt Kenseth lost the lead, he still has leader mentality, stay in front of the guys behind him.
That was interesting. We were riding along, and we still are riding along with Ryan Blaney, but you could hear the RPMs on the car, and when the 20 of Matt Kenseth got it behind him, the RPMs went up. Even though there was no contact made, the cushion of air pushed him.
After Ryan Blaney ran 2nd in the Daytona 500, he had a good run here in February. As we watch on board, look at him work the mirror out the window, work the mirror out the window, leading the race. He's trying to pick the right line on every corner entry, every corner exit, as we see the 32 with a flat tire.
Smoke coming out of the 32. He's going to try to stay up and out of anyone's way. The caution now comes out.
You're cleared down. Just hang on to it here. Cleared.
And you see the left front fender completely gone for Matt DiBenedetto. He was running 9th. Matt DiBenedetto, another one of the young drivers, just 25 years old, out of Grass Valley, California. And the 6 of Trevor Bayne will get a free pass. He was 3 laps down. That'll put him 2 laps down.
Hey, Rick, 12th caution. You ties the record. I'm feeling pretty good about over.
12th caution, 31 laps to go. Matt DiBenedetto still nursing it to come back to pit road. And more of that tire continues to tear the sheet metal away from the car.
Rick, I really think that the whole dynamic of these races change as we get newer, younger drivers to the front. Jeff, as a race car driver, over time, you must have just learned some tendencies and have some confidence around drivers you race all the time. Well, if you look up front, Kenseth, Boyer, Johnson, they run each other all the time. But Ryan Blaney is leading, Daniel Suarez, David Reagan, Eric Jones. Drivers that these veteran drivers just don't have the laps around. That has to kind of change the dynamic of how they race.
It does change it. You almost can tell what some guys are going to do. You know, when a guy you race with a lot, you kind of understand what his moves are. You kind of understand what his mentality is, how aggressive he's going to be. When you don't race with these guys as much, it's hard to understand that. One thing we do know is they're willing to make the moves and they're willing to take the gambles in order to win this race.
And Jeff, look who we have up front, the very young Ryan Blaney. And it's a very telling sign of what happened to them earlier in the race. Remember, they had contact on pit road with their teammate Joey Logano, got a little bit of damage. And it's almost like you could hear Jeremy Bolins and the team kind of take a step back and kind of refresh themselves, say, hey, listen, don't let that worry you. And that's one thing that got to Ryan early in his career. They would make a mistake during a race. He really couldn't recover from it. And Steve, you can talk about this as a crew chief. That's your job. You're part psychologist, part coach. But you could hear Jeremy just kind of say, hey, back it down a little bit. He rode in the back for a while. Now he's aggressive at the end of the race with a shot to win it.
Well, Marty, the big difference in Cup racing versus all these other series, just time in a race car. These races last 3.5, 4 hours. They're 400- and 500-mile events. They're that length for a reason, because you have time to recover. These young drivers like Ryan Blaney have to learn that as they get into their career.
With 29 laps to go, we look at the Monster Energy playoff standings. Martin Truex Jr. leading with 2 wins, the most playoff points. But when you go back down that list to Kyle Busch, who doesn't have a win, and then all the way down to 16th and 17th, Joey Logano, another tough night.
And Rick, why are wins so important? There's no one that shows that better than 6th place on this list right here, Kevin Harvick. Had gone all season, hadn't got the victory lane, had some fast cars, broke through last weekend at Sonoma, gets that win, is out of the race tonight. And while no one wants to fall out of the race, he'll sleep much better knowing that he's still in the playoffs. He might give up some playoff points, but he's not going to give up a spot.
And look who we have on the bottom end of these playoff standings. You have Matt Kenseth running 2nd, Clint Boyer running 3rd, Daniel Suarez running 5th. It's an opportunity for these guys.
Well, and then we have guys that aren't even on that list. How about David Reagan in 6th? If David Reagan goes through and wins this race, that whole scenario changes dramatically.
Don't forget about Eric Jones. Eric Jones in 8th. Casey Kane in 9th.
Yeah, I mean, 7 of the top 10 currently have never won. So the chance of getting a new winner this season is high, and perhaps a new winner in their career.
7 of the top 10 right now have never won. Blaney, Suarez, Reagan up front. Jimmy Johnson, Clint Boyer, they make up row number 2. So Blaney and Kenseth. Blaney on the inside, Kenseth on the outside. 28 laps to go.
Ryan Blaney answered your question. He went with the forward of Clint Boyer behind him.
Clint Boyer needs a win. Matt Kenseth needs a win.
And you see that movement. The leaders are somewhat calm, but about 8 cars back, everyone is chaotic because with 28 to go, they're starting to realize if you're outside the top 10, it's going to be very difficult. We've talked about staying up front all night. Well, it's been important. The closer we get to the end of this race, it's even more important. It's going to be harder to make any moves.
And you're still predicting that there may be another caution as we see Clint Boyer moving to the outside line. That opens the door for Daniel Suarez on the bottom of the track. We ride along with Daniel Suarez. Here comes Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to give him some assistance.
Guys, think you see Clint Boyer there up on the outside, trying to make that outside lane move. Think about where he was last year at H. Scott Motorsports. A dreadful year, running mostly outside the top 25 each week. When he got in his 14 cars, like he'd been let out of jail this season, and now he's in position to go and get that win and lock himself in the playoffs. This is a team, as you mentioned, that's right on the bubble of the playoffs, and a win would guarantee them to get there.
Yeah, right now, that move that Clint Boyer made, he had the inside in pretty good position. He saw the 20 on the outside, jumped up in front of the 20, thinking that was going to push him to the lead, but it's only moved him further to the back.
Things are picking up too. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. jockeying for position. He gets by Daniel Suarez. He moves up to 2nd.
And how about Casey Kane in 3rd? Just a few laps ago, he was spinning down the backstretch, creating a yellow. He's fought back all the way to 3rd position.
Mentioned how important it would be for Casey Kane, not only for a playoff possibility, but maybe for his career to get back to victory lane and run well. Daniel Suarez moving up the racetrack, trying to get that outside line to go.
Casey Kane, big block. Daniel kept his momentum up. Hard turn to the left.
Now Suarez trying to find a position. He gets right on the back bumper of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He tucks in behind him. Now Stenhouse Jr. looking for the lead. He goes to the bottom of the racetrack, side by side with Ryan Blaney. 3 wide for the lead. Here comes Suarez on the outside. Suarez making the outside lane work. Suarez in front of the field at Daytona.
All the runs seem to be getting bigger, all the moves more abrupt. As the laps count down, there's no more feeling your way right to left. If you're going to make a move, they commit and pull hard on the wheel.
And could that spin actually help Casey Kane? Remember, when he came in, he put on 4 tires. He has the 4 freshest tires on the racetrack as he makes a move for the lead.
He made the move to the bottom of the racetrack. It was aggressive, and he has taken the lead away from Suarez.
And I have to agree with you, Jeff. That move, that was commitment on the steering wheel to tug to the bottom of the racetrack. You know how hairy the handling can be getting into the bottom like that.
And there goes Ryan Blaney in the 21. he will be locked out of the top 10 here shortly because no one is going to join him on the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Suarez again, though. Suarez on the outside, trying to make that outside line work, fighting for the lead again.
All that work gone that easy for the 21, Rick.
Daniel Suarez on the outside, Casey Kane on the inside, just behind him. Clint Boyer and Matt Kenseth.
Well, saw Casey Kane get to the middle of the corner and turn left, trying to get away from Daniel Suarez, trying to make a shorter way around the racetrack, trying to clear him.
Casey Kane, a little bit of distance between he and Matt Kenseth, but a good move by Suarez. He takes the momentum that Clint Boyer gave him with a little shove, and now Suarez back out in front. He's cleared both lines. Now will he try to block again?
Oh yeah, he's going to try to block.
Will the inside line come back? Kane fighting back on the inside. Another shove from Clint Boyer, pushing Daniel Suarez even further out in front. And again, the cars don't have to touch for a push to happen. It's actually the air that is pushing the other car, a little bubble that is right in front of the car that's getting ready to push the one in front.
Casey Kane, we can't state it enough how much a win here could mean. Think about it. Kurt Busch broke through finally after 64 races at the restrictor plates, winning the Daytona 500. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. gets his first ever win at Talladega. Casey Kane, he has 17 career wins, but never at a plate track.
Look at the eyes on Daniel Suarez. Kelly.
Before that last caution, Rick, Daniel Suarez actually got into the wall a little bit coming off of turn 4, and he actually asked under yellow for the 48 team of Jimmy Johnson to help assess the damage. Jimmy told him he saw a little bit of damage at the 11 o'clock position on the wheel well, and then he even asked, well, would he pit? They were asking Jimmy Johnson to help make the call whether or not to bring the 19 in. Jimmy kind of laughed and said, I'm not making that call. I'll let them do it. Obviously, they've stayed out, and they still got a fast piece to work with.
Look at Daniel Suarez. Look at his eyes. He's leading this race or battling for the lead of this race. Look at his eyes. To the left for the mirror, to the right for the upper mirror, using everything he has in his power to keep this lead.
Door to door, side by side. 21 laps to go.
193 mile an hour. Not looking out of the windshield. Look at his eyes. Left, right, straight.
There's not one driver in the top 11 that has won this season. And now Casey Kane clears the 19. Casey Kane's going to try to block both lanes out front. Can he do it for 20 more laps? We go NASCAR nonstop. A.J. Allmendinger all the way up to 11th, but what a ride he is having as we ride along on his helmet. He checks the mirror.
In the middle of the corner.
Yes. You saw him look up at the mirror. His helmet moved up toward the mirror. As that outside line begins to run and make a move, Allmendinger is taking advantage of it as he tries to get up on the inside of David Reagan.
He's in the top 10 right now in 9th position.
Casey Kane is out in front. He's leading the group around the high side of Daytona International Speedway. Kenseth running second. Suarez is third. What a transition. What an amazing view this is. And I want to thank that 47 team and A.J. Allmendinger for allowing us to ride along on his helmet.
But look at what he's watching, okay? You can see that car in front of him. When you get to the corner, you can see the cars in the line in front of you, first, second, third, fourth, fifth in line. But look what happens when you get on the straight. Boom, you can no longer see them. You have no idea if something happens in front of him. You see Denny Hamlin, he saw a hole, he slid up in front of a 37 car. Now AJ knows that means that line's going to slow up just a little bit. He's got to start getting off the throttle because you know that line. There he goes. He had to lift right there. That is all because the 11 car moved up into that line. That slowed it down.
And look at his hands. That's the other thing. Hands moving all the time.
You wonder why you get in wrecks at Daytona. You can't see. I mean, you are looking out at the back of the car in front of you, and when you get to the corners, you can see, but so many times a wreck happened on the straight.
Running right behind that 37 of Chris Buescher.
3 wide, by the way.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 17 moving up on that inside line. Here comes Ty Dillon as well in the 13. What a view, though. Making our way around Daytona International Speedway. For some updates, let's go to Kelly.
It has been 99 races since Casey Kane's last win. He's doing everything he can not to make it 100, and he's never won on a plate track. There's been a lot of speculation over job security for him at Hendrick Motorsports. I asked his crew chief, Keith Rodden, if he felt any extra pressure here tonight, and he said not any more than any other Cup crew chief has on any given weekend.
I'm watching the 14 of Clint Boyer. They're in 4th place, and I'm watching him do some curious things in the draft that you may be noting and thinking, why is he falling back and then getting runs? What he's doing is he's plotting. He's mentally noting what those runs do, how those runs work, and then he's going to try and use that come the end of this race. That's what you need to do on super speedways. As a driver, you need to be mentally noting exactly what's happening in the draft so you can use that come to the last lap. Dave?
Parker David Reagan last pitted with 51 laps to go, but they've gotten significant caution laps, and he's been aggressively saving to take him to the end. A little bit of damage from the Casey Kane wreck earlier as well. Remember, he took front row racing to victory lane for the very first time. That smaller than most team. He's got a chance to make another landmark win for them here tonight.
There's Reagan running in the 12th position.
You saw that run. It looked like the inside lane got, sometimes the outside lane or the inside lane has to check up just a little bit. When that happened, look at this run Ricky Stenhouse Jr. got on the very bottom. They made it too wide on the bottom. They've got that inside working.
And Ricky Stenhouse is putting a clinic on. Watch him on the straightaways when the outside lane can't get away. They're blocked, they're pinched up against the wall. Right there in the quarter panel. Get in the corner, hard left, away from the outside lane. Quits the side draft. And now here off the corner, he'll try to get up again as Eric Jones gets a big wiggle through the middle of the pack.
Wow, he was inside. Yeah, he was in the side of the 14 and left for a quarter pound of the 14. I don't know how they didn't wreck.
Here comes the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's got to run. He's bringing Ty Dillon with him. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. back out in front at Daytona.
And that was domination for the last 5 or 6 laps. He basically did it on his own on the bottom. Side drafting, patiently working one position at a time.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., huge fan of Ole Miss football.
Did you see Casey Kane right there? 20 of Matt Kenseth got into the back of him. He was sideways in the trial. Nice save.
Stenhouse Jr. back out front. The last restrictor plate race that the Monster Energy Cup Series visited Talladega. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. went to victory lane. Now, with under 11 laps to go, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. blocking out front.
Ty Dillon, and where did Kyle Larson come from? All of a sudden, Kyle Larson is in play for the win.
Stenhouse Jr. leading this field around. Looking at the bottom, now moving up to the top. Gets in front of Casey Kane. What an aggressive run. Kyle Larson is also having, Kelly.
Yeah, what a day for Kyle Larson. They have been on and off pit road all night long, making repairs to that 42. The team never giving up, and Kyle's crew chief telling me that tonight is all about trying not to lose too many points. Remember, they came into this race leading the series in points. They didn't want to lose any ground to the 78 or the 4. Those issues are behind them with both those cars out. This could be a really good points day again for Kyle Larson in the 42.
What a run by Ty Dillon in the 13. Ty Dillon trying to race for the win at Daytona. He moves up to the inside of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., challenging for the lead. 9 laps of racing to go. Ty Dillon, Kyle Larson on the inside, challenging Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Casey Kane on the outside.
Ty Dillon, remember, the younger brother of Austin Dillon. Big shot by the 42. Austin got his first Cup win this year. Can Ty get his first tonight?
Daniel Suarez way up the racetrack. He'll get shuffled out once again. Ty Dillon out in front. Grandfather is Richard Childress. Ty Dillon to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to stay in front of Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson, 2 wins already in 2017. Ty Dillon still searching for his very first win.
As well as this race team, Germain Racing has never won in the Cup Series with his 13 car.
And Ty Dillon, he's an aggressive driver. We know how hard he drives in trucks, Xfinity cars. His first year in Cup, I can assure you he's going to be given 100%. He is an aggressive driver by nature.
These 2 younger drivers dicing back and forth. Ty Dillon, just 25 years old. Behind him, Kyle Larson, 24 years old.
We just saw Casey Kane and Matt Kenseth. They had trouble. They both got shuffled to the back.
Little wiggle out of the 48. That allows A.J. Allmendinger in the 47 to make the move. He'll get past Jimmy Johnson. And now, falling back just a bit in that inside line, the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Look at the hands on A.J. Allmendinger. Up in the air goes the 42 of Kyle Larson. Caution comes out. And another contact. Matt Kenseth hits. The 1 of Jamie McMurray flying down pit road. Kyle Larson up in the air, right in front of the grandstands. See him removing the steering wheel. A lot of damage to Kurt Busch's 41.
We're done.
Big disappointment. Daytona 500 winner, hoping to come back and defend.
Take a look. This is what happened to the 42.
Wow. How did he get back on the ground without flipping?
See right here, he gets down low. The 17 of Ricky Stenhouse tries to fill the upper lane. The 42 tries to block. And as you said, the 42 was destined to go airborne. The roof flaps deployed, setting the 42 back on the ground. And as that happened, the 41 of Kurt Busch crossed the tri-oval, took a hard hit. This is another great action shot right here. Watch this 42. Hits the wall, then gets pushed into the air by the 17. You see the roof flap open. The car sets back on the ground.
21 of Blaney, he's in the brakes, just nothing you can do. Remember, Matt Kenseth, Casey Kane had got shuffled back. They got behind this wreck. Matt Kenseth did not get through it. Casey Kane did.
The 41 of Kurt Busch also came back across the racetrack. He hit it very hard into the safer barrier.
If you've ever been on a multi-ton airliner and taken off, those planes take off at 170 miles an hour. We're riding along at over 190 with the 42.
Still outside. Hold it where you got it. Hold where you got it.
His hands off the wheel for 90% of that. Took his hands off the wheel, hoping not to injure his hands or his wrist.
Room in front of the 14. Spin and check up.
What a sickening feeling. Looking out the windshield, a car in the air in front of you, not knowing what's going to happen.
That was Ryan Blaney's vantage point. Once again, the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. had filled that hole, and a big hit by the 41 of Kurt Busch. The red flag has been displayed.
Those are the angles that just tremendous impact. The 41 down, at the bottom of the racetrack gets caught in the quarter panel. It looked like. So you see him down there on the bottom. The action starts happening on the outside. Then the 41 gets clipped, turns right, up the wall.
Sure, one car came up, the other car came down. It's hard for me to see when it first starts. We always want to point fingers right here. They got together, but
I mean, it's simple to me that I think Ricky Stenhouse has committed to the top. I think Kyle Larson was a lane down. He either did not know or thought he could protect against the 17. If I use the wall as a reference, the 17 is running straight. It's the 42 moving to the right, gets onto his bumper. But that's what you do. It's 6 to go at Daytona. You have to protect. You have to be aggressive. If the 42 can squeeze the 17 and perhaps get him to crack out of the throttle, he'll have a run down the front straightaway.
I think it's important to note, though, when these cars are that close, inches apart from side to side, these cars don't track straight. When you get beside another car, it can push your car away. Sometimes it can pull it to it. So sometimes you have no wheel input whatsoever and you get into the guy in front of you. I just think that's close racing late in the race. I agree with you. Stenhouse never moves. He's perfectly straight here. Nevertheless, big impacts.
And once again, not a mid-pack accident. This is up towards the front. These are cars racing for the lead.
Up in the air. It's not the first time for Kyle Larson at Daytona where he has been up in the air in a car. If we go back to 2013 in the Xfinity Series, Kyle Larson up into the fence. That's actually the engine that had come out of that car. They got caught up in the catch fence. The front end of the car completely torn off. So Kyle Larson up in the air once again at Daytona, this time in the Monster Energy Cup Series.
And the result of this, top 3, Ty Dillon, David Reagan, A.J. Allmendinger.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was involved in the incident.
And Rick, these tri-ovals, that is the concern. The cars come through, they're not very loaded, and as they get hit, coming to the start-finish line is normally where we see all the action. As they get hit by other cars, it kind of propels them up into the air. And unlike the back stretch, the front stretch, that catch fence is coming at it. So this is on board with A.J. Allmendinger, seeing right out of the helmet cam. You see the 42 off to his right, goes airborne, and that's it. The 47 is past the accident. He, at this point, can just stay wide open.
Yeah, it's clear from that angle. The 42 definitely came up.
And once again, what an amazing job by NASCAR to make sure these cars stay on the ground. That car got up in the air, but then dove straight back down to the ground.
And thank goodness, because when they get up in the air, like I was saying, in the trial with the catch fence coming back to you, we have seen cars get into that fence. You saw the Kyle Larson replay from 2013. Here's Austin Dillon from 2015. Same exact idea. The car goes airborne, right into the catch fence. The difference is he climbed multiple cars, and you see the damage to the fence, the damage to the car. Now the fence, as violent as that is, and it's always awful to see. Remember, the goal of that catch fence is to keep the vehicle inside the race facility. And it did that in that occasion. Huge impact, huge damage, but it's great to see the 42 come back on the ground and stay below the safer barrier and not get into the catch fence.
So red flag once again displayed at Daytona. Ty Dillon out in front of the field at Daytona. David Reagan, A.J. Allmendinger, the top 3 at Daytona with it'll be 5 laps to go when they come back by the start-finish line.
Rick, we talked about safety innovation, and it's not just soft walls, Hans devices, and seats, but the body itself. We go back into the vertical wind tunnel, and we see right here, as we spin the car around, the air goes up over the roof. That creates this low pressure that actually lifts the roof flap up, slowing the air down. Much like an airplane wing, when that thing gets backwards, it creates lift. You got to get that lift out, Jeff.
That's right. Underneath the hood, you have all this pressure. The hood flaps actually open up and release that pressure and keep the front of the car down. So the roof
doesn't have a hole in the roof. It's just like an airplane wing, like you see when an airplane's trying to slow down, the flaps come up. It's just like that. With the hood, it actually opens up and lets the air out from underneath the hood.
And that's basically the problem with race cars. Are they're designed to make downforce, they're designed to seal up. Well, what happens is when you take that vehicle that's sealed to the asphalt and it even just breaks the seal a little bit and gets a little bit in the air, it instantly turns into an airplane, and it wants to fly. It wants to fly like a wing. NASCAR had to come up with devices that weren't there all the time, but they would deploy in certain situations. That's what the roof flap and the hood flaps do.
And luckily enough, there wasn't another car that drove underneath the 42 car. Had a car driven underneath the 42 car. There's nothing roof flaps or anything else could do at that point. So fortunately had a place to come down on the racetrack cleanly.
Another wild ride for Kyle Larson at Daytona. Take a look at who's involved in this crash on lap 153 of the scheduled 160-lap race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. running so well. Was up front. Matt Kenseth as well has led laps. Ryan Blaney, Matt DiBenedetto, Kurt Busch, Kyle Larson, Darrell Wallace Jr., Michael McDowell. Quite a few cars involved in this one to bring out the red flag. One driver who's familiar with getting a win at a restrictor plate track is the driver of the 38, David Reagan. Let's see if we can chat with David. We'll try to dial up his radio.
Hey, David, it's Jeff Burton in the NBC booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you, Jeff. What's going on?
Well, you sound pretty calm. We're not. From what we've been watching, it's been pretty wild. How's it down there?
Yeah, I mean, our Shriners Hospital for Children Ford drove really good tonight, so it's allowed me to be aggressive and allowed Derek Finley to make some good pit calls on pit road. We haven't, had to take 4 tires every single time, so our car drives really good, and, hopefully we can have a little bit of help here with just a few laps to go and see if we can't make it interesting.
Well, David, we've seen you so close to winning the Daytona 500. We've seen you win here in the 400. We've seen you win at Talladega. You obviously know how to drive these racetracks. Without telling your competition what you got on your mind, how are you going to get this race won?
Well, I won't be able to do it myself. I've got to have somebody to help push me a little bit. I wish my old teammate David Gilliland was out here that he could help me a little, but I've just got to make moves that the car behind me can follow, and just try to read what they're doing the best way that I can in my rearview mirror, and try to make the right moves that will allow him to push me pretty hard, because everybody's going to be really aggressive. I'm sure we'll be 3 wide these last few laps, so we're just going to keep being smart, driving hard, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity coming off of turn 4.
Well, David, we really appreciate you letting us talk to you. We're going to leave you alone now, let you focus on trying to get this race won. Good luck.
All right, everybody stay tuned. It's going to be exciting.
Nobody is going to be changing the channel with just 5 laps to go. David Reagan, I mentioned, has had success at restrictor plate tracks. His first win, July 2nd, 2011, right here at Daytona. All smiles. And then his second career win came at Talladega.
Yeah, he mentioned his teammate David Gilliland. Well, this is why he wishes he was out there behind them, because this run from really mid-pack to the front at Talladega was purely created off those 2 guys right there sticking with one another. David Gilliland never left his rear bumper, was committed to his teammate, and that allowed David Reagan to make those moves.
So the cars once again now rolling, gone from a red flag condition to yellow flag condition. Ty Dillon out front, David Reagan running second. A.J. Allmendinger is third. Let's see if we can chat with him before he gets too focused on the restart.
A.J., it's the guys in the booth. You with us?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, Bud, you've been giving us some incredible shots with that helmet cam tonight. Coming to 5 to go, how are you going to make this happen?
Just kind of see which line the 13 picks, and can't really, you know how it is, can't really set a plan here. Try to pick the best time for the best run, and got to look in the mirror a lot. There's a lot going on, but we've got this Kroger Clickless Chevy up front. Did the plan that we wanted to way in the back for the first half of the race has come to us. We got a shot. That's all we can ask for.
Well, AJ, thank you for riding along, letting us ride along. We really appreciate it. Good luck, man. Try to make this thing work.
10-4. Thanks, guys.
Look, can I say that
coming to 5 to go for a race win. And we just talked to the guy running second and the guy running third. I mean, that is incredible that they're willing to take that time and, by the way, can refocus, can say, okay, it's a red flag. I'm going to catch my breath, have a little conversation, and then turn the switch and go try to win this race.
Kelly.
What a relief it is to see Kyle Larson okay and released from the care center after going airborne. Kyle, what did you feel behind the wheel of the 42?
Yeah, I was leading that front line there or whatever, the 13, behind the 13, and I saw the 38 kind of ducked me inside, so I was going to leave him some room. I just squeezed Ricky and wrecked myself. So, yeah, hate that I tore up a lot of cars. I was pretty loose at that point, and I was kind of hanging on, but was hoping to get clear to the lead. But yeah, once the 38 got inside me, I was just trying to leave him room, and kind of the way the air works, I felt like it pushed me out a little bit, and by that point I was already too high and into Ricky, so caused that one.
Good to see you're okay.
Thanks.
Unfortunate ending to Kyle Larson's night as well. The 10 of Danica Patrick was also involved. She was checked and released from the infield care center, as well as the 41 of Kurt Busch and the 21 of Ryan Blaney, all checked and released from the infield care center. Less than 5 laps to go. And once again, we have to continue to talk about the points.
Well, look, imagine the impact. Imagine if Ty Dillon wins and that moves this cut line down. Now we have a new winner. David Reagan moves the cut line. A.J. Allmendinger moves the cut line. So just think about, we've talked about how hard it is going to be to get in these playoffs. Don't forget, Paul Menard, Eric Jones. So we have many people in the top 7, top 6 that have a real chance to win this race, and that completely changes who can make these playoffs.
And don't forget about Kyle Busch. He's running 9th right now. Kyle Busch still without a win. Denny Hamlin without a win. He's running 8th. So quite a few drivers that could definitely jostle up what we're seeing here in the playoff standings.
Well, it's easier to tell you who in the top 10 has a win.
That's right.
Because the list is so long. Stenhouse in 4th, Jimmy Johnson in 7th. There you have it. Everyone else in the top 13, 14, 15, 16. Everyone else in the top 16 is still looking for their first win of the season.
And listen, how many times have you been down here, Steve, with a late race restart? This normally doesn't end well. We see how aggressive it's been to this point. Well, it's going to be 4, maybe 3 to go coming to get the checkered. So the aggression level, as high as it's been, it's going to have to get even higher to try to win this race.
Let's go back to Kelly. She is with
Ryan Blaney, who's also been released from the care center. He ran up front much of the night there, just kind of an innocent bystander. What was the vantage point from the 21?
I don't really know what happened. I just saw the 42 get turned and get up in the air a little bit, and I just couldn't really miss him. I was already on the top, and I T-boned him, but it all happened pretty fast. I couldn't get out of the way, but I thought we had a really great car. We had the lead there for a bit, and we were racing hard. Everybody was racing really hard all night, and we got kind of shuffled out. I didn't pick a very good lane. I thought we were just working our way back forward, and that happened. So that stinks, but I can't thank Motorcraft and Quick Lane and Ford enough for what they do. We had a super fast car, but it's the way it goes sometimes. So we'll go on to Kentucky.
Thank you, Ryan.
Well, Jeff, you mentioned it. It was only a few laps ago. He was up front running with the leaders, made a little mistake, or not even a mistake, just got shuffled out, lost that track position. That got him to the back. He was working his way back up, but that's the accident that he ended up getting in. And now, interesting, Ty Dillon decides to take the outside in front of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., maybe perhaps splitting up the 38 and 17, the two Fords. In the second row, we have Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and A.J. Allmendinger.
Of the 40 that started, there are 25 still out on the racetrack. As you mentioned, Ty Dillon leading this field now. Ty Dillon, just 25 years old, from Welcome, North Carolina. He's an ARCA champion. He won the ARCA Racing Series back in 2011. He's run the Camping World Truck Series. He's run through the Xfinity Series. But now in a position where he could get his first Monster Energy Cup Series win at the biggest stage.
Well, and let's not forget, we've talked about the front two rows. We're back in row 3. Clint Boyer, 165 wins. since he's been to victory
races.
lane. Oh, excuse me, 165 races since he's won his last race. Not since 2012 has he gone to victory lane. He's gone over to Stewart-Haas Racing, seen his teammate Kevin Harvick win last week. I mean, nothing would be better for him to end up and breaking the long drought and going to victory lane.
What I saw in that last run prior to this caution, that 17 car, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., there's some speed right there. So I think Ty Dillon's got the best car pushing.
Can they complete 3 laps? That will be the question. Coming back into the Geico restart zone. 3 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. David Reagan on the bottom of the racetrack. Ty Dillon on that second line. A.J. Allmendinger pushing Reagan. And a good push he has as Reagan now has cleared that outside line. Way out in front. David Reagan looking for his 3rd win. Could it come once again at a restrictor plate track? And around goes the 77. Eric Jones slides into the infield. Also the 11 of Denny Hamlin goes around. Caution has not come out yet. Now it does. Eric Jones slid. Denny Hamlin slid. And it was David Reagan that is scored as the race leader now for the restart. And we will be going overtime.
David Reagan did everything right to get that lead.
Take a look. This was mid-pack where we saw Eric Jones pop out of.
Just pushing Clint Boyer. Gets up the racetrack a little bit. Now he's 3 wide. One car, Jamie Murray, moved down on the side of him, just pushed him to the side. I'm not sure what happened to the 11. I saw the 11 shoot out of the screen. Not sure what made him go to the left, but Jamie Murray, I think, just for some reason darted to the left.
Take a look at the 24 as well with the 11. As we see Eric Jones sliding.
Maybe Jamie got hit from behind. You saw it go to the right, then it went to the left. For some reason, he wasn't turning the wheel like that for no reason. Something, whether he got hit or something happened for sure.
Eric Jones on pit road. They'll try to get him back out. Not a lot of damage to that car. Potentially could be competitive.
Just so far back now with just a few laps left, it'll be hard to make it up.
Well, and Rick, you mentioned it. This will be overtime. We've documented that most of these leaders pitted a long time ago, back around lap 109 or 107 for fuel. There's been a tremendous amount of yellows, so they surely should have saved enough fuel to make it a non-issue. But we saw just earlier today in the Xfinity race, Eric Jones ran out of fuel on the final restart. So even though we think they've saved enough fuel, they had to go out and actually do the work under caution, shutting the car off to make sure they have enough.
David Reagan out in front. Let's listen into his radio.
Yeah, does the 17 want to help? My next question.
Sure, he'll say he'll help, and that's pretty much the best shot we got. David did really good on the bottom there. As long as he'll push us, I think that's our best bet.
It would be 2 Fords working together against 2 Chevrolets.
I personally think that means nothing. I think it's driver versus driver at this point. David Reagan, while a veteran, he knows they're going to tell him whatever he wants to hear. You said, yeah, he's going to say he'll help him. The bottom line is, you know, the guy behind you that's pushing, you're going to pick the guy that you think can push you the best, but you also know that guy's there to take that win from you. So David's smart enough to say, yeah, he says he's going to help us. That doesn't mean he is.
Let's go to the infield and Kelly.
With Kurt Busch, who's now changed into his plain clothes after being released from the medical center. And Kurt, you got lucky a couple times tonight. It ran out there at the end. It sounds like it's just been kind of crazy from the drop of the green.
Yeah, I was hoping to be a little bit closer to the front. Saw some crazy stuff happening on the high side. I was low, and then we just got clipped. Wrong place at the wrong time. So didn't get the Daytona sweep. Looked like a 43, just clipped us right there. And I'm good. You know, the cars are very safe. Got to thank NASCAR for that. But just didn't get the job done for Monster and for Haas and for Ford. We're really hoping for a Daytona sweep, but hell, it's the way it goes. I mean, we're all kind of in a funnel, and there's nowhere to go to the low side. Like, I can't even go further left because then I'll just rip my splitter off in the grass. Maybe we can look at something that we can put in the flat area so we have more runoff area to escape wrecks.
Thank you, Kurt.
They continue to clean up around the 11 of Denny Hamlin. And Hamlin looked to have gotten some contact from the 24 of Chase Elliott. Hamlin was on his inside. Elliott looked like slammed into him. And you see Denny was trying to drive back, but then the fire from underneath the hood made him think twice. He dropped the window net and jumped out of that car.
And under this caution period, the 48 surprisingly pitted from the 8th position. And his teammate, the 5 of Casey Kane, also hit pit road.
So we will go overtime, and we want to take a look at the overtime line on the backstretch. Once they get the green flag, if the leader gets to the overtime line before a caution comes out, the race will be official if a caution comes out after the leader has passed that overtime line. If they don't get to the overtime line and a caution comes out, NASCAR will try to restart the race, and they'll do that as many times as they have to get a green flag finish.
And Jeff, you brought it up in the Xfinity race today that ended under overtime after the leaders got across the line. The caution came out, that everyone has to think about that as a start-finish line. These leaders on the restart, I mean, we've seen how aggressive they are. There's a good chance that it could end any point near that line. So they need to be very aggressive through 1 and 2.
Right there is Adam. That is David Reagan's older brother and probably his biggest fan.
Such a nice kid, goes around, talks to everybody, hometown favorite. Really, really good guy to talk to. Fun, full of energy.
David Reagan got his break in what Roush called the Gong Show. It was their talent pool that they tried to figure out the next driver to put behind the wheel of their car. And David Reagan now with 2 wins going up against Ty Dillon, will be on the outside with no Cup Series wins.
So look at the top 6 here. Is this the top 6 you would have picked coming to win this race when the race started?
Ty Dillon, David Reagan in row 1. Row 2, A.J. Allmendinger, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Row 3, Paul Menard, Michael McDowell. We are in overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Two laps to go. Reagan on the inside, Dillon on the outside. Green flag back in the air. Again, they could be racing to the overtime line, side by side as they go through 1 and 2. Once the leader crosses the overtime line, if a caution comes out, the race is official. They're going to get to it. They do. Now the fight back to the finish. They've got a lap and a half to go.
17 hard. Here he comes.
Here comes the 17. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., a power move on the inside. He takes the lead.
David Reagan saw that line coming from the top, thought he needed to block that. Stenhouse had such a run on the bottom, he didn't get the right car blocked.
Stenhouse Jr., white flag in the air. One more time around. Michael McDowell in the 95 running second. A slide by the 24 of Chase Elliott. That's before they get into turn 1. The caution hasn't come out yet. They want him to be able to race back to the checkered flag. Paul Menard now moves up to second. Clint Boyer's in third. Clint Boyer trying to find a line, trying to get some momentum. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wants to stay right on the double yellow line. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. looking for his second win in the Cup Series. He's going to get it at the biggest stage. Stenhouse Jr. wins at Daytona.
Good job, buddy. Firecracker 400, baby! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! That's awesome, there, Ricky Bobby. You had this thing tuned up.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming into the 2017 season had never been to victory lane in the Monster Energy Cup Series. His career almost ended in the Xfinity Series when Jack Roush sat him because he was wrecking too many cars. It was a wake-up call for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He knew he had to focus more. He went on to win 2 Xfinity Series championships. That propelled him into a ride in the Cup Series. And now he's making the best of that with his second win of 2017.
Steve, the people behind the scenes matter so much. Remember who oversees the restrictor plate program for Roush Fenway. Jimmy Finning, longtime crew chief in the garage. He oversees this program. He's brought speed to their cars at Daytona and Talladega.
This moment presented by Sunoco, fueling victories all season long. Stenhouse Jr. on this 4th of July weekend, helping with quite a few of the fireworks on the track today and tonight. And now celebrating in front of the grandstands for all the fans to enjoy. What a race they've been able to see here at Daytona. Right on the finish line. He's climbing out of the car as he's doing the burnout. Car rolls back down to the apron. He's going to climb out and have a better listen to the roar of the crowd. Look at the celebration on top of the car. His second Sunoco checkered flag of his career and the second of 2017. And Marty Snyder's down there with him.
How about that? Ricky Stenhouse wins the last 2 restrictor plate races, wins it at Talladega, and wins it here tonight at Daytona, taking his helmet off after the big celebration. Ricky, were you surprised that the 38 left that bottom open for you?
Yeah, it's tough out there. I left the bottom open for the 13, and I thought I gave the race away there, but wow, these guys, I kept my Talladega car, told them to build a new one. They built the 5th, 3rd, 4th. It was really fast. We won the Firecracker 400, man. That's awesome. Been coming down here since 2008. Came in 2006, one time with Bobby Hamilton Jr. And it's cool that we put it in victory lane, got our second win this year.
What do you want to say to these fans? They're hearing you right now, Ricky.
Love it. Thank you for coming out here. Everybody in NASCAR. Woo, America, 1776. We are the champs.
All right, we'll see you in victory lane, all right?
Thank you.
All right, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. celebrating on the start-finish line, obviously celebrating with the fans as well, Rick.
What a great opportunity the fans have here to be able to experience that win with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's on his way, though, to, once again, the most coveted real estate in all of racing. He will go to victory lane at Daytona International Speedway. We're going to hear from him again there. Welcome back to Daytona. Officials will check the lug nuts on the 17 as he makes his way to victory lane. All smiles for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 29-year-old from Olive Branch, Mississippi, gets his second win. And you take a look at the point standings. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with 2 wins, 10 playoff points. The cut line, Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano on either side of it.
9 races until the playoff will be set at Richmond, and that cut line is extremely tight between Kenseth and Logano. And there's still all these big names without win. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. doing his job, getting his second win, but all kinds of big names that if they continue to win, it's going to completely change that picture as we move through the summer.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. doing a little burnout as he works his way into victory lane at Daytona. He mentioned it. How big is it to win the 4th of July race at Daytona? He shuts it down, and his crew chief right there to celebrate with him. Another big win for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Danica Patrick making her way over to congratulate Ricky. Krista.
Well, less than 2 months ago, Ricky Stenhouse was trying to be a Monster Energy Cup winner. Now he's won at Talladega. He has now won at Daytona. You already thanked the fans. You did that interview. Trevor Bayne coming in to congratulate. Crew Chief Brian Patty has been here. Ricky's girlfriend Danica has been to the car. You talk to the fans, you thank them. Now we're going to thank, this one is for your team and for Olive Branch, Mississippi. And Ricky, this one's for you too.
Yeah, it validates what we did at Talladega. I want to first off thank all the troops that have fought for our country, for our freedom. It's most important right now. Thank the good Lord for giving me this opportunity to come out here and do what I love to do for a living, to work with this great group of guys. You know, we've been working really, really hard at Roush Fenway, and this just keeps pushing us further and further along. You know, 5th, 3rd, Fastenal, man, Sunny D, Little Hug Fruit Barrels, GoBowling.com. This Ford Performance team has just been amazing. Ford's been dominant. Roush hates engines, Doug Yates. I told his wife to bring his daughter in here because she's here. Biggest fan. I told her I'd meet her in victory lane, so it's just really cool. It's going to be a. I had a 4th of July party planned.
You're going to need to plan another one.
Just got a little bigger.
With the 2-year-old, I wanted to ask if the 2-year-old version of Ricky Stenhouse, or 3-year-old, the one that jumped on the dirt bike, would have known that you, at 29 years old, would win at Daytona. What would that little guy say?
It wouldn't believe it. You know, my dad has taught me for a long time, you just got to keep working hard. You know, sometimes when things aren't going right, you just got to keep working hard. You can't give up. And I wish they were here, Mom, Dad, and my sister. They're at the lake hanging out this weekend, but you know, I can't wait to see him and talk to him a little bit later.
Like I said, the party's going long into the night in Olive Branch, Mississippi, where Ricky grew up, and it is in Daytona. And that 4th of July party that Ricky Stenhouse is going to throw, like he said, just got a whole lot bigger.
0 for 157 to start his Cup Series career. 2 for 8 out of the last 8 races for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Stay tuned for post-race coverage on NBCSN with Krista, Kyle, and DJ. Next week's races from Kentucky, also on NBCSN. What a night it has been at Daytona.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.